who are here in this seminar. Yesterday, there are a number of you, up to this moment, you still do not understand the technique. So I want to repeat again for you, so you can take note again carefully. I confirm with you, each day you take care of yourself to receive the light of the aura of God into yourself 3 times. That is for yourself. From now to the day of your death, you listen carefully. When you're still alive, you keep on doing it. You remember that. You should remember when you die, then you don't do that anymore. I don't know if you still remember. This is for your own benefit first. For you, since you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man, so you are able to improve, to increase the way that you can use the brain to contribute to help the mankind in this world. That is at the present time. In the future, perhaps you can contribute out in the universe. Why I mentioned outside the universe? Because in the future, we are able to help, say in the case of the satellite, when the scientists, they ask for our contribution, or in the case of the satellite, they have a technical problem that they're unable to use the telecommunication systems. So on Earth, we are not a scientist, but we are able to meet the demand to help. That would be in the future. At the present time, once more, I want to share with you, always, each day, for yourself, you receive the light of the auras from God to yourself 3 times. And each day, let's say on the first day when you transfer energy to the earth, the first day when you start, you do that twice. You do transfer energy to the earth 3 times. And then on the second day on, whether you are busy or not, if you forget to do it from the second day on, it's okay. But from the second day on, you transfer energy once. All the people on your collective list, including your family members, for the first time, you transfer energy 3 times to them. Starting from the second day on, continuing, you transfer energy once. That is how you can apply the collective healing. For the individual healing, for the severe case, let's say cancer, or handicap, or those who have terminal illness, or physical handicap, on the first day, you transfer energy 3 times to that one person. And then from the second day on, you transfer energy once to that person. That is how I want to share with you. And for other people, let's say for example, you go outside to the street to see a person who's injured, you transfer energy, let's say for people outside in the street that you meet on the first day, you transfer energy 3 times to them, and the next day you don't see them, so it is useless. So this is for yourself. I want to elaborate further. In the case of your country where you reside, for your country where you reside, you just transfer energy once for your country. For other country, let's say with disasters, with catastrophes, for the first day, you transfer energy to this country 3 times. On the second day and on, you transfer energy to this country once. And that's done for the country with disasters. Now for the hospitals, prisons, school, if you remember to continue to treat on a daily basis, then each day you transfer energy to the hospitals, to these centers, these buildings once. Because there are many changes in terms of the people going in and out of the hospitals. So you are not able to continuing to transfer energy to help people in a continuous way. So you just transfer energy to these buildings just once, not 3 times. Each day, just transfer energy once to these buildings. So this is a technique you need to take care, and because it's still new to you. Therefore, I do not hesitate. I keep on reminding you so that you are able to go back home and apply correctly. In this manner, you are able to help yourself and others. Yesterday, I had guided you about how to use the brain of prehistoric man. Since this is still new, I would want to share with you and summarize for you so it is easy for you to grasp. In the past, as you know, when I started teaching in 1989 until 1995, at the end of 1995, at the end of 1996, you would be able to, and in that level 6, you learn about the nervous system, about the chakra system, about all of the subject related to the chakra. You have learned them through. And now you use the most powerful energy from the pyramids. You are able to send to your chakra 7 so that the energy can flow through your body. So at that time, I mentioned everything that you learn from the level 1 with the chakra open 30% up to level 5.2, you need to know all the topics. Why? When you came to level 6, you did not use all of the chakras anymore. However, you need to understand the topics, the theory, so you can teach the student in the lower levels. And they learn the basic. As they reach the student reach the level 6, then they would not need to use the chakras anymore. And the time of the treatment had been changed from each level. And these are the levels from level 1 to the level 5 too. I just want to summarize for you so you can see each period as you go through and you learn, as you went to teach. And then when you go to higher levels, I taught you up to the level 13 plus now. You have sufficient capacity to contribute, to control the soul of the cells inside the nervous system of the humans as well as others. After you have learned all about the imaginary pyramid, the pyramid mass, the energy from the sun, energy from the stars, able to control the soul of the cells. So now, this is the time, at this time, I want to remind you, everything that you have learned through about the body of the human, the body of all of the creatures, the soul of all of the cells, the good and the bad spirit, you have learned them all the way from the level 3 with your chakra open 100% until the level 13 plus. Is there any of the lecture that you did not hear, that you missed when I did not talk about the wandering soul? And you've heard about the responsible spirit, and you were able to sense the spirit from the chakra 5, 6, 7. So you all know all of these topics. More or less, you have to understand all of the topics 100%, not 99%. You need to know this 100%. Except, let's say you only learn a middle of the way and then you just abandon. Now, if you are here, you are present in this class, the brain of prehistoric man, then all the lecture in the past, you need to understand and grasp. Perhaps you need to understand 100%, not even 99%, the topics from the past. You have learned them all through already. Now you leave it to others to learn. More than 1,500 of you here, you are starting to use the brain of prehistoric man. I have explained to you already. The brain of prehistoric man, that is the brain of God. That we as a new normal human, we are able to use, me and you. And this brain of prehistoric man that can create all of the living creatures. It doesn't mean that all of the living creatures can create the brain of prehistoric man. With everything that you have learned through in the past many levels, you now have grasped all of that topics. And all of these forms, that is a brain of prehistoric man from the beginning time, that God had brought down one person representing God to create all of this that you have learned from the past levels until now. At the present time, with more than 1,500 of you, I and all of you, God had given to us the brain of God so that we can use. So you can create everything that you learn. It doesn't mean that it is created for you to use now that you can use a brain of prehistoric man. As I teach so high, if I don't teach so high, it will not be so because of the time of this cycle. If for us, if we are still stuck about the subject, about the soul of the cells, the soul of the living creatures, the wandering soul, the soul with the responsibility, the high spirit. If we are stuck on this subject, then we are still stuck within the world. Therefore, after I teach you in the past 6 hours yesterday, on my way home yesterday after the class, I realized the deities had taught so high. From my understanding, I can see it is so profound. But for you, more than 1,500 of you, it is still so new to you. That's why I had explained to you. We have learned the knowledge ahead of 200,000 years. So that's why many of you are still surprised. You may think from the time when you learn about the UE and then there's a chakra system, when you go to level 6 and there's no chakras, and then you wonder from the level 7, you talk about the wandering soul, the high spirit, the divine being, they are able to detect the sensation in the castle, in the church, in the cemetery. But now I tell you there's none, and you are so surprised. For that reason, I just want to elaborate for you. We are learning ahead 200,000 years ago. The knowledge, listen carefully, so that we have the great fortune as our spirit had been sent by God. We are very normal, just like all of the other spirit that exists billions of years ago. After the humans who went through the trials of God, you, me, we are very fortunate. 1,500 of you, for the first time in the human world, after 3 billion years, that God officially allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man. Therefore, the part that you can use the brain of prehistoric man, if you have the fortune, you can go to Ice Rock. If not, you can see through the photographs that some of the people who had a chance to came to Ice Rock to take a photograph of the brain of prehistoric man, that from this brain it creates all of the living creatures. So now, after God had tested the human world with the capacity that is you, all of us, we came to this earth billions of years ago. This is not the first time that we come on earth. We had created all of the living creatures. We had lived with all of the living creatures. All of that we had known already. So now we are returned back to the original state. That the first person, one person that exists on earth. It is not like in the beginning there were 1,500 people. Now, like I have mentioned in the past, with everything that I have, you will have. Listen carefully now. It doesn't mean that I only have it and you don't have it. If I only have it, then I would never open the class to teach you about the brain of prehistoric man to 1,500 of you. That is how I want to share with you, so you can understand. How come? I explained to you about the case there's no spirit, because the brain of the prehistoric man can create it. However, I just want to remind you from the level 13 plus to the past. There are a number of you who learn the level 13 plus. You did not know how to use the basics about the brain of prehistoric man, except for those of you who accompany me, and in the case that you are able to meet with me as I explained to you, then I allow you to use the brain of prehistoric man. You receive the energy from the light of the stars, so that you are able to contact me. Through this, even though there's a small number of you that can apply, but during the time that you are able to apply, it is still it was so short. Until now, today, in this class, you are officially using the brain of prehistoric man. So you listen carefully. For those who are in the class of the brain of prehistoric man, then all of the spirit of the living creatures, the high or low spirit, you don't have to be too concerned about that. If you're still concerned about this, then you still have problem in the use of the brain of prehistoric man. You would have distractions. So for that reason, starting from this class, I explained to you already, the brain of prehistoric man, that is God that can create all of living creatures. And in that, that can create all of the beings in this universe that include the high beings. So once we use the energy of the light of the auras of God, then this light cover the entire universe. It doesn't mean that the universe can cover this light of the aura. Therefore, you need to listen carefully. In religion, you keep on with the tradition of your religion, the tradition, culture, family, society. You keep all of that. But there's only one point I just want to emphasize. Starting from the time when you use the brain of prehistoric man, then you should not worry about the wandering soul, the good or bad spirit, any form of the spirit, including the soul of the cells. Because the soul of the cells, all of them, comparing to the brain of prehistoric man, as God allowed you to use the brain of God. That is very fortunate for the soul of the self. For more than 1,500 of you now who are in the class of the brain of prehistoric man. So you are still concerned about how come this person is possessed and that person is possessed. How come about the high being help this and the guardian helping that. If you are doing that, then you are still falling back to the same circle of the universe. You have to go beyond that. Then you would be able to use the brain of prehistoric man. Because you don't have any ties to that. You keep on concerned that you have concern, fear, and then worries about that. In that sense, you are not able to use the brain of prehistoric man. So I just explained so you can rest assured, so you can learn. If not, if I did not remind you, then you keep on wondering. It's just like because you did not pay attention. I always teach you with everything that we learn. After we learn through, we leave the means behind to others to learn. When you go to the higher levels, we should not refer back to the lower levels. The technique or the knowledge of the lower level, these are the means for others. We have learned through, so we have to go forward. So now, I do not teach any more class except the class about the brain of prehistoric man, and that's it. When I teach, right here, it is God who gave the blessing to all of you who are fortunate, so that you can receive to serve God, to serve humanity. So for that reason, I cannot promise when I perhaps can teach another session of the brain of prehistoric man. Even though if we have the program or we set the agenda, we can still continue to plan. Whether I can teach or not, I cannot promise. You listen carefully. So in the case of the brain of prehistoric man, I give you in such a short time, only within 6 weeks. Only in 60 days, supposedly like in 30 days, after I guided you, 1,500 of you who graduate the class about the brain of prehistoric man, so that you can really apply, not like experiment. So you can understand the effect of the brain of prehistoric man that you are using. How high can you use? How much can you use? I just want to emphasize for you on that point. If you are still distracted about the wandering soul, the good, bad spirit, all of these forms, these are the external distractions that you have learned through the time from the low level to the high levels now. If you learn through and you are still distracted by these subjects, then it would limit and restrict your use of the brain of prehistoric man. That God had allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man, that is infinite capacity. If you want to use that infinite capacity, then you should not have any distraction in any form. When you can see you have distraction, that is easy. But in the case of the invisible entity like the spirits, the wandering souls, and you are still being affected or distracted by this, then you are limited the use of the brain of prehistoric man, even though God allowed you to use in an infinite sense. So with this infinite sense, you are able to help the humankind at this final time when the human world with a lot of suffering. We try our best to contribute with the brain of prehistoric man that God had given to us, with our understanding, our knowledge, with our contribution to the human world, to the country, to other people, to our family, so that we can have true peace, true happiness, and we are really near God. I don't want to say that you can cover and help others, totally everyone, but more or less in the large UE family, And next to you, your family, your spouse, your grandparents, your parents, children, I cannot guarantee 100%, but more than 90%, you are able to protect them. You will listen now. After this lesson, after this class, I allow you to apply until April 30th, until the 1st of May. You tried your best. Let's say you go to have a physical examination. With all of your sickness, you go to have a physical examination. Because I allow you to use a brain treatment, each day you take care of yourself. And more or less in 2 weeks, until the May 1st, you go and have a medical examination. And starting from the 19th of April, and let's say you have sickness, all of these people with some physical problem, you put them all in the list. So starting from that day, you can treat individually, or you can treat collectively. You can send energy to the earth, send energy to your country, and you can send energy to help the one with the severe sickness through the time from now to the end of April, to see with all of the things that you are doing using the brain treatment, how much the result have you gained. That is how I want to share. So you can rest assured. I know a number of you, as I teach you, as I had mentioned to you, but I understand. I teach you so fast. And it is the books in the world could not think about it, could not imagine. It is ahead 200,000 years, not like 2,000 years. So for that reason, some of you get confused. I remind you, we are able to overcome. We surpass all of the thing in the universe. So we have to go beyond the universe. Everything that you learn up to level 13 plus, it is still retained in the universe, in the physical universe. Now you are being blessed. You learn about the brain of Pacific man. That is by great fortune for you, so that you are able to serve humanity. That is how I share with you. And right here, for you who are in this brain of in this class about the brain of Pacific man that I had mentioned before the class, I had sent to you on the website. If you did not receive it, then I would announce to you all of the records. Treatment with the result, whether it is individual treatment or collective treatment. If you have the result, you send to Australia so they can collect, to have a book with all the records, with everything that you had contributed, the treatment, the result, so that in the future we can look through the result that in the UE family we are able to contribute. So that is for our reference in the future. So the book that I had mentioned yesterday, tomorrow in the afternoon in Australia, about 250 of you from somewhere that you come to Australia, we would publish that book. I would introduce that book for you, because a number of you on the 19th you have to leave Melbourne to go back to your home. So for that reason, that I want to share with you, we will introduce that book about UE, and we have the ceremony tomorrow toward the end of the class. And in that book, that has the writing about my life, the story of my life, and with all the result, with everything that from the School of UE, with our contribution, it is recorded in that book in English and Vietnamese. So for those of you who came from Mexico, from South America, from England, from Europe, I will slowly send to you through these people who came from this continent, or I will send later on to all of the centers in the English version, and I would allow for you, if you know the language, you perhaps can translate from English to other languages. And when you translate it into your own languages, about the book of UE, and you can use, and you can publish to, you have the right, I give you, authorize for you, after you translate it, you can distribute it. Let's say, for example, you translate into Dutch, to Italian, to Spanish, or to German, any language. If you can translate it, I authorize for you, after you translate it, and you can publish the book, and you can sell it. It is up to you in your region. I let you do that. If you can sell the book and how much money that you have, that the funding, I leave it all to you. That is how I want to help you in a large UE family all over the world. So you know about my life, the story of my life in that book, and about the school of UE. That is a few words I want to share with you. So now I will allow you to continue to ask questions. In Italy, in Hungary, in Russia, you can continue to ask questions. And in Australia, that will be the last one. If they have questions, I would ask. I will let them ask. So now we continue on with the questions so that I can answer for you.
Okay, this is the second question for Kazan. Kazan, be ready. This is your second and last question of the session.
Question in short, and it is related to the subject of transferring energy. You said that at this seminar you are not transferring energy to us, right? But every word of yours is a transfer of energy. Could you please explain to us personally why is it so? And because we feel that that your voice has vibrations of your voice in Vietnamese is important for us. And my second question, if this is only due technical limitations that we cannot hear your voice, can we ask you to transfer us energy directly, not via your voice, not via the voice of translators, but directly? Thank you very much. I believe these questions would be important to many students. Thank you.
Okay, Farhad, the picture of the student asking the question has improved greatly. I think that you have, in actual fact, put more light on the student, which is good. Thank you. Bye.
Now I understand for all of you who do not have a chance to hear my voice directly. Now let me explain for you. Right now you learn the brain of prehistoric man. In the past, you learned the level 5, the level 5.1, 5.2, level 6, and you have the chakra open 100% from the level 4 until now. You never hear my voice. Listen carefully. Vani only came and get all the connection, let's say 40 to 60 connection in the line, and then they connect with me, and I just tell you to get ready, and then I open chakras for you all together to 60 connections. And in the following class, you did not hear my voice. Only Vani through the energy transfer, he just said now begin at the energy transfer, and that's all you hear. But the energy is still there, will come to you. And a number of you who are not the UE students, my point here is, these are people on earth. Only in the morning, I just transfer energy to the earth. All of the people on earth, whether they're the humans and the living creatures, they still receive the energy. But I still understand for you. For the past few days, yesterday and now, you see my picture. Anytime that you don't see my photo, my image, you only see my picture. Only in 6 hours, you only see me 1 minute. Yesterday, you see me more than 5 hours. Or with technical problem that you might have not be able to see, you only see me on the television, just to see my voice, just to look at me for only 1 minute. When you see me wave, when I wave to you, that is a lot of energy I send to you. Not to mention, only in the case that you have the chakra open and I transfer energy to you through the telephone, you are receiving energy. Not to mention that you are in front of me now in person. Whether you are far away, but all of you, you still receive the powerful energy. I say that I do not transfer energy, but when I teach you, who listen to me now? All of you in Russia, in Hungary, in Italy, and in Australia. In these 4 locations, you are ready to hear my lecture even through the translators, and you see my image on the television, and I look through you in the television. So I start transfer energy to all of you together. It doesn't mean that you cannot hear my voice and you don't receive the energy. It is not so. All of you receive the energy, so you can rest assured on that point. So now go on to the next question.
Okay, it is the turn of Melbourne. Okay, it is your turn, Melbourne.
Dạ thưa thầy, bây giờ đến phiên bên Úc Châu hỏi các câu hỏi ạ.
So now it's the turn for Australia. So now I would read the question. It is in many aspects. First, in agriculture, can we do the remote transfer energy or direct transfer energy to help with the wheat, rice, animals, farms, and sea products? Secondly, in the case of pharmacists, how do we apply to transfer energy for the pharmacist that we have to use the prescription? And in the case of pharmacists, we are producing the medication, and for each, let's say, the large quantity of the drugs that we produce, how do we transfer energy? And there are a number of the people after graduating this class. In the case that we can teach level 1, level 2 open chakra, 30%, 60%, the process of teaching level 1 and 2 open chakras, are there any changes? So now let me answer the first question for you. So now, all the case of agriculture, farming, you transfer energy, you have to be in person, not remote. Remember, for us it is so easy. Now, a number of you, let's say in Asia or in Vietnam, you will have a chance to contribute. You can contribute in the case of agriculture, farming, so that you are able to help. So you can help to avoid the case of, let's say, with the insects or a problem with the soil. So in this situation, it's so simple for you. I don't know how it is for you with the rice and the harvest. Some with the type of the rice, you transfer energy. You transfer energy for the first time right in the middle of the harvest. You just receive the energy of the aura of God and send the energy to the field. The first time when you start to plant, and then in the middle of the time, let's say the harvest could be 3 months, and you choose in the middle of the time, and then you transfer energy once more. And in the case of the sea, let's say for shrimps, fish, once you do that energy transfer the first time, and I don't know about that. In the case of shrimps, so you for the shrimp and the sea products, let's say with the shrimp and fishes in the pond, you just transfer energy once a month, and just whenever you bring in a new fish or new shrimp into the pond, transfer energy, and you do that once every month. And in the case of farming with animals, and in the case of you have a small number of the animals, you just transfer energy to the animals once a month. You are able to help them with their health and produce. And in the Vietnamese with the business with the chicken farm, I don't know how you do it with your business. So the first time, let's say for example the chicken, let's say for the chicken 2 or 3 months, and then you kill them. So the transfer energy, if you see that they are growing fast, then you can reduce. Let's say for example for your chicken, after 2 months and you will sell. So let's say only 1 month, then you see it is growing so big, then you can sell them. If in 1 month they are not growing as big, and you transfer energy, and the next month, so you can sell them. So in the quantity of the chicken, according to the way, let's say in 6 hours that they lay an egg. That is for the chicken. Normally the cycle after they feed them, and then in 6 hours after you feed them, 6 hours they lay egg. If you do that, like say in 24 hours, you transfer energy, the chicken will produce the egg. The egg, as you transfer energy using the light of the aura of God to transfer energy to help to promote the growth, and they may produce more eggs. And in terms of your business, how you raise the chicken, I do not know. But for the chicken, you can transfer energy once or twice. If they're growing too fast, you can just do it once or twice, and that's good enough. In the case of the raising the chicken or farming, and or let's say you choose in the middle of the way you transfer energy. Let's say for 2 months, and if they're going too fast, then you just transfer energy in half of time. Let's say in 1 month. In the case of the rice, also it could be from the time that you sow the seed and you transfer energy. And let's say in one harvest, that would be 3 months, and you choose it in the middle of the way, you transfer energy 1 more. So you can, for the case of agriculture, you transfer energy for the once or 2 times. For the case of farming, you can transfer energy depending on how they grow. In the case of fishery or farming animals, you have to prepare. Let's say you put into a pond 800 shrimp or 1,000, you have to prepare to have more room, because as in about half of a month or a month, as they are growing more, then you have to prepare to have more space. If you're not careful, you bring them to another pond. If they are growing too big, you don't have enough water, they would die. So you listen carefully, I give you my opinion. In the case of farming, for those of you who are doctors, pharmacists, I advise for you, for those of you who are doctors, when you write the prescription to transfer energy, let's say here is a prescription, and then you just transfer energy there, and then you give it to them with that prescription. And let's say you are a pharmacist, and you are producing the medication. So in the case after you, let's say for the whole stock room of all of the medication, before you send out the drugs, let's say the boxes of the medication, regardless of the number of quantity, you receive the light of the aura of God, and you transfer energy to the whole stock room, and then you can send out this medication. And for those of you who are physicians and pharmacists, as you give the drugs to them, if you forgot to do it, forgot to transfer energy to the drugs in the stock room, so when you give the drugs, you remember to transfer energy to the drug and give it to the patient, and that would improve the effectiveness of the drugs and with less side effect. And with your drugs, they are able to help the patient recover faster. And there's one more important part that I want to share with you. For those who have an organ transplant, for example, let's say they have a kidney transplant, liver transplant, heart transplants. So in the case of organ transplants, for these people, to them 3 times, so that the new organ inside the body, they are able to adapt, and starting from the 2nd day on, you transfer energy to that patient once, so that the new organ will adapt to the new body without any complication. These are the people with the case of organ transplants I share with you. In the case of you are producing drugs as a pharmacist, if you learn this class, all of the drugs that you produce, all of the chemicals that you make, the pills or the bottle of the drugs, like in Vietnam, there are some of the, as I remember, they also use herb to make the drugs. And after you produce the drugs, you can transfer energy, and then when you are giving to the people, you remember you transfer energy so that you are able to help the people to use the drugs without any side effect, and all of these afflicted areas, they are able to recover faster. That is how I share with you in general on that part. And now this is another question. In the case of opening chakra, don't have to worry. One more time, I want to emphasize, all of you from now to the future, when you go back home, all of those who learn the level 3, good at open chakra 100%, you just teach them the level 1 and level 2. If they don't learn the level 3, then you don't teach them level 1 and 2. So if they want to help them to learn, so they have the chakra open 100%, first, that is a way for them to protect their health and to help the case that they do not have any problem with the wandering soul. So if they want to learn level 3, then you can teach them level 1 and 2. That is the general guideline for you in terms of the teaching. The technique of teaching and opening chakra, there's no change. Now this is the 3 questions from a student. Dear Master, there are some animals like crabs, reptiles. When they have broken, let's say the crab with the broken and the reptile with the broken tails, for example, they're able to make them grow again. Now, in the case of the embryo research, they are able to help to promote the growth of the organ. Now, in the case of LUONG, for example, let's say some people with a lost leg or lost arm, can we apply by promoting the soul of a cell to help them so that they go back to the embryo state, so this cell can help to promote, to produce, so they can grow back an arm or a leg. Secondly, for the case of the soul of the cells, in the case if they can help the cell to return back to the embryo state, is that symbolize the power of the brain of the prehistoric man or the creative power of God, that they can reproduce the organs or the arms or legs. So can we apply to help these people with lost arms or legs to grow back? So now, once you can translate, let me know. We have all translated already. So now, I have explained to you already, all of us, let's say in the case of the teeth, we can promote the growth. And with the case of the lost organs inside the physical body, I confirm with you, the organ inside the body, perhaps when we can receive the energy from the aura of the God, we are able to help them to grow back or to regain back to the normal state. Let's say if it is so small, they can grow back to normal size. In the case of lost arm or leg, I cannot confirm. In the case of conception between the woman to have child, whether we can do it, I cannot determine. Tomorrow I will let you know. But now we learn on other subject. Tomorrow I will summarize for you all of this subject, and I would decide, and I would teach you, and how you would apply in each situation, or how you can experiment in each situation. So tomorrow I will address in the 6 hours. Tomorrow I will teach you all of this. So now you learn in a different environment about the brain of the historic man, how you can apply, how all are the effects, and all of the condition about that subject. Through the question from this, I will answer all, as well as a number of you who wish to help the people who are handicapped, to help the people with lost arms or legs outside the body. All of this case, I will have a special formula, so tomorrow I would guide you to listen carefully on that part. So now we continue on. Next question.
To share with you my experience back in '98 after level 6. When going back home, I was willing to quit. I was very sad. I was crying because of my angry feeling. By the time, being so depressed and frustrated, Master, you manifested yourself to me, and you told me you cannot go back any longer. You cannot quit. But a way to forbid you from doing so, but the reason is that your soul decided and took decision to do so. So by that time I was very touched, very moved, and I was crying, and I understood that in the very first beginning of my learning, everything seemed very, very simple, easy to put into practice, but then everything was turning into the difficult side of it. Perhaps it's because of our culture, family, society, of course, education, and everything that is simple, essential, has no value. We are raised to face the difficult, the difficult side of life in order to progress. Anyhow, during that depression moment and frustration that lasted about 10 hours, that was the length of my travel back home, my feeling was that only 1 hour was spent together with you. And all of a sudden, after that experience, I said, all of that is beautiful, And I'm going to tell everybody home about my experience with you and what I've learned in those 10 hours of my journey back home. And I was willing to share with everybody else that in simplicity, in the essential, there's everything. And that it's so easy to be happy and realized in life. But all of a sudden, you said to me, no, you're not going to share all of this with anybody else, because everything will be erased from you. And the reason why is that not ready yet to share this with your neighbors. And now, after 6 years, I would say, Master, please help me, because I still realize that I cannot succeed on my own, that I cannot help my neighbors, and I still need your help in order to realize myself and my mission. Please, Master, do help me. Thank you very much indeed.
Please repeat it. Please repeat it. You have lost the line to the Master. You have lost the line.
Estão me ouvindo? Os brasileiros estão me ouvindo?
Yeah, the Master is trying to talk to me, but we have no connection. Now, through the presentation of this student, now, as I explained for you through the presentation of this student, so I can share with you, from now to the past, all the books from the East, the West, I have read through a lot. The spiritual books I have read a lot, and with all of the questions that you asked for the past 14 years, as you learned in the UE class, all of the questions, as you base from the scriptures, as you base on the Buddhist scriptures, or from the religions, or from the research in science and spirituality. Therefore, after 14 years of teaching, I have more experience to the question that you asked. I remember and I know. Why? So that I can share with you. Furthermore, I often receive the message from the deities who taught me on life and spirituality to give us the means to help us to develop. That is for our spirit and our body. From now to the past, listen carefully. You have to listen carefully on this point. After the 18th of April, starting on the 19th of April 2004, now this is important. From the 19th of April to the future, everything will totally change in your physical body. And perhaps the change would be for the whole world. Therefore, you should not think or calculate by all of the research, all of your experience. You shouldn't refer to that in the past. The research, these are the means that we can help people that I have gone through these means already. So when you come to this class, that God allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man, then everything will totally change. Only in this manner, you can contribute to help other people. Only in this manner, you would be able to contribute to help humanity. In the past, as I have taught you from the level 1 to open chakra, 30% for you, up to level 13 plus, all of these are the means to help you to progress. Therefore, I have to teach you about the body, the spirit, about the soul of the cells in the nervous system, the spirit of all of the living creatures, to prove to you that is in the human world. We are not like the holy or the saint or the high being. However, the brain of the prehistoric man that I learned from the deities, this is the brain of God, who allowed us to use this brain to be the instrument of God. As God decided us to do it. It is not our own ability. It is not our decision. As we are serving this, we're serving God, not ourselves. I present this point for you this morning on this earth. that God had created 3 billion years ago. After 3 billion years, this is the first time God allowed us, you and me, we have the opportunity to use the brain of prehistoric man. So tradition, culture, family, society, all of the means, you need to erase them all. So that you don't have any distraction, you can have the wisdom, enlightenment for yourself. However, regarding if in your own research about tradition, society, culture, you can keep, but you remember these are only the means. The reason I tell you to erase all of these ties so that you don't have to be concerned or worried or be tied by tradition, culture, family, society, so that you go directly to the research on spirituality, because your brain, our brain, my brain, we are always next to God, because that is the brain of God, not our brain. If you know how to use it, then you would see the result positively, not just for yourself, but the purpose, our objective. You have to remember now, with everything that you can achieve, that is for the human right race. As we are the instrument of God, we are. If you remember that you are the instrument of God, then you can serve in the infinite way. I want to remind you, or this student, you should not worry about everything. Everything that I have taught you yesterday, today, and tomorrow, you always, perhaps you can use completely at any situation. When you are free, you can use the energy of the light of auras of God, you can send to all of the living creatures. Then you should not have any concerns or worries. You can go over all of the problems that in the past you may think it is difficult. So now you can overcome all of them. With everything that you have learned through yesterday, I have erased all for you. I erased with everything that you had from yesterday to the past. From now to the future is nothingness, is zero. It's just your knowledge, like with the brain of prehistoric man. It doesn't mean that you have to erase all of the knowledge about the tradition, culture, family, society, about the spirit. Meaning, my point here is that you don't have any ties or distraction from these issues. Our brain is limited because of tradition, family, society, culture, and all of this means from the time when you can see them, that it causes you to halt the progress. So now you have the formula to erase. Why? So you can serve humanity. It doesn't mean that you can erase all these ties for us to inherit this or that, or for us to have capacity to lead a life of enjoyment. If you think only in that manner, then you won't have anything. You erase all of that issue so that you can serve humanity, so that you have the ability that God has given to you to serve. That is how I want to share with you through this question. So these students, I hope that after this class, all of your brain, as God and the deities allow you to use, you won't have any of those concerns or worries. And you go to the one point, which is to help mankind. And to help mankind, then you have everything. That is one of the invaluable assets that on earth we can never have the career, or even with your future, or with richness, the wealth of this earth, they won't have, they won't be equal to this. But perhaps the books that mentioned about this, everyone want to clear from all this problem of the world. But in theory they mentioned about it, but they can never apply, including me and you. We could not apply from yesterday and today to the past. Listen carefully. We cannot apply from yesterday, from today and tomorrow to the past. We can never erase or clear all this problem. After the end of this class, starting from the time when you officially can use the brain of prehistoric man, starting from 19th of April, then you will see all the changes in yourself. You think about it, you have worries, you have the concern. Even if you want to change according to your will, you may be able to do it, but it's so difficult. With everything that I say today, you need to take notes carefully. So starting after 19th of April, It's just like you read your astrological chart. The master had mentioned to you in these 3 days, so that you can refer back to see from now to the end of April, from now to the end of June, to the end of the year 2004, to see how it is. And our main purpose is officially that you can use a brain prehistoric man, that in the human world they have tested us. So now God, who can see that the humankind, we are able to use it. We perhaps can use it. That the one who volunteered to be the pioneer, as I mentioned yesterday, it is you, me, all of us. So now go on to the next question.
Thank you very much. First, that I can be here. And the first question is about the treatments. Master, you told us about the treatments. You said to us, first day we have to do 3 times the energy from God, the aura, and the second day once. What about the third day? Probably also once. So what my question is, how many days we have to treat? Do we have to treat for 1 week or 2 weeks? I like to know when we use the people, when we have the collective list of patients or the individual people who are very, very sick, like cancer, high cancer, or AIDS even. Please can he tell us how long we have to treat on the list, how long? In the past with 13 plus, and before it was 1 week or 2 weeks, but I like to know how long, how many days. That's my first question. The second question is about the breathing. We had this breathing exercise, and I really loved it very much. When we do it the first time 3 times, the second time 3 times, the third time 4 times, and it's really relaxing the brain and relaxing everything. It's really nice. Can we still go on with this breathing, include this? Because I thought he said in the beginning of today, we do this the rest of our life, but I was not really sure. But I'd like to know. And the third question, can he tell something more about Feng Shui? My house is built in Feng Shui way, with paintings, with the colors, and everybody who comes in my house feels very enjoyable. Of course, I have the stars, I have the pictures, I put the plates of the pictures, I made it to A2 size, so huge newt is in the house, huge zodiacal dendrite is in the house, and people feel the energy very strongly through the whole apartment. They really love it. So, can Master tell more about Feng Shui? I love to that's my main question. So thank you very much.
Now let me share with you in the case of the technique for treatment. Now for you, you can write down with the experience, so you have the opportunity to, you can help them. Let's say, first of all, this is the list. This is the list for your family members, which include from infants to the elders in your family. These are your relatives, your loved one. You do that every day. You transfer energy. On the first time, you transfer energy 3 times, and then from the second day on, you transfer energy once to the list. So if anyone on that list, that is on the list of family members, listen carefully. And you have another list. These are the list who are the sick people with a severe illness. On this second list here, 5, 10 people, from 2 up to any number. That include people with leukemia, with AIDS, with cancers. You put all of them in your list. That is the second list. On the first day on this list, you transfer energy 3 times. And then from the second day on, you transfer energy to them once. For the sick people, terminal illness or AIDS or drug addiction, all these people on there, you treat them for 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, then you clear that list. You don't have to treat them anymore. And for others who's SN or that person from the first list, let's say they ask you to continue. Let's say you have in your list of 50, and then after 2 weeks, let's say only 10 from your list who request to continue. So you make another list. In a new list, you transfer energy from the beginning. The first time you transfer energy 3 times. And then for the following day, you transfer energy once. That is for the next list. And then for those who wish to continue, you make up another list. The important part here is that I want to share with you is when you transfer energy for your family members as a preventive way. Just like I mentioned to you, we don't know when on Earth there would be a problem with a threat, with a negative energy that come to Earth that cause a lot of damage in terms of casualty and in terms of the material. So for that reason, we have to prepare from this moment on for ourselves first, so that we can rest assured and feel calm, so you can help others. So depending on each person, depending on their fate, you are not able to help the entire human race. Listen carefully. That is how I share with you. So this question, in the case of the treatment, I want to share with you the experience. So at the present time, and after the 18th, meaning from the 19th of April on, you God allow us to use the brain of prehistoric man. So in all the situation, when you see this situation, you can transfer energy according to your capacity. And except in anywhere, when they request you directly, then you can help them. Because sometimes they don't believe in you. I just want to share with you this experience. Let's say in a region, let's say for a powerful person, and to believe in you and ask you, who invite you, you don't accept, because when they invite you to help them, and the other one will cause problem to you. So the other one, the opposite side, would cause problem. This is you are coming to help. Only when four powerful person in that region, all of them, four of them ask you, then you can help them and you can be successful. Listen carefully. We can refuse so that we can help others. It doesn't mean if we refuse that we don't help anyone. My point here is, because anyone, they want to do it. They want to be able to do it. You don't have to go in and fight with them. Let's say they do it for several months. But you can help in only a few days. So whatever they want to do it, let them do it. You don't have to be too concerned about this. They don't want you, they don't need your help. And even if they don't want you to help, and you try to help, it may not be effective, and it may be a damage, a loss for you. So let's say you leave it to them. After 60 days, they're able to do it. And when they're totally stuck, they ask you, then you can help them. Only in 3 days you are able to help them. That is in one country. Listen carefully. You can refuse so that you can help other people. If you try to rush in, you may have a problem. They may cause problem to you in many ways you cannot even imagine. So for that reason, I know ahead of time. So that's why I want to prepare you. So sometimes you feel rush, depending on your capacity, you can transfer energy to them. Let's say a country with a disaster, you transfer energy on the first day 3 times. The second day on, you transfer energy once a day. When they see that you have the capacity, they say that our country is in danger. Can you help? And then at that moment, when they all ask, then you can help. You can help them from 1 to 3 days, and it's all done. Listen carefully. You can take notes here. All of this point that I emphasize for you, this is so important for you. So you need to take notes, so you have the chance to contribute. It doesn't mean that we hate them and we don't help them. We have patience so that we are able to help others. If you try to rush in and you are able to help them only in limited way, if you have patience, you can help in an infinite way. On this phrase that I mentioned to you, you need to take note carefully so you can apply. On the second part of your question, in the case, as you know, each day when you receive the 3 times the energy from the light of auras of God, then in that time you have everything. Starting from 19th, then you do it. Starting from the 19th, you practice and you will see. So now with the time that you have, you receive the energy from the light of the star and do the breathing, and exhale 3 times. What is that for? That is to help the soul of the cells to activate, to help you to relax. But this starting from 19th, this technique is 10 times better than the breathing protocol. So on the night of the 18th, after you end the class, when you wake up, on the 19th, when you wake up, receive the light of the auras of God and send to your head. Receive, send, receive, send, and receive, send 3 times. And that's done. You will see a change in your body. So now, you want to practice the breathing protocol. You receive the energy from the light of the stars. then why should you be in the level of this level, the class about the brain of the historical man? However, if I say it now, it's still too soon. I give you 48 more hours, and then on the after the class you apply, you will see it is beyond your capacity. Because me, with everything I teach you, I have gone through already. I have experiment and I've seen the result. That's why I can teach you. If I did not achieve, even though God had sent my body and spirit, but I have to know exactly 100%, as I had mentioned to you. But I could not just go out or do it on my own one day, because I'm still under the control of God. Perhaps in a few more weeks, that suddenly I sit right here, and 5-10% who sit right here and talk to me, and I mention I go somewhere, and suddenly you see that I go somewhere and I come right back and I teach you. So now you try to practice from now to the end of the month. Do not be too rush. You have to be patient. I have waited for 30 years. At most, you are just following for and learn for 14 years or for 15 years, or fortunately you learn in only 1 year, a few months, or some of you learn in a very shortcut. Because of the fact that you're almost dying, that you come to learn. I know, because many of you are sitting in front of me. For those who said that you are fortunate that you learn in a very shortcut, you only learn in a few months, that you go up all the way through the level 13 plus. Supposedly, because of your condition, supposedly you are dead. But now you come here to learn. You learn so fast. So, but then it is okay. However, because that is in the case of a sickness and severe sickness, it is not because God hate you, but God give you the conditions so that your spirit can guide your body. When the time comes, then your spirit has been waited for so long, and the body is so stubborn. So only at the time almost you face death that you come to learn. I see that not only in any country. Some of you who come to learn, you work and you come to learn in a few months. You learn really fast. The reason is because you are almost facing death. That is the experience that the spirit can guide your body to go through the sickness, so you are able to recover to help people. And now, to the question of this student, I understand. So now you want to practice the breathing protocol. You can try to test on the first day, and each day when you receive the light of the auras of God 3 times into your head, to see if it is equal or better, or is it the same with the breathing protocol. If it is better, then you don't have to practice the breathing protocol. And when you are working, you feel tired. When you work and you feel tired, then you don't have to do anything. You just do the breathing like a normal sense. Because in the morning you already received the light of auras of God already. Then let's say when you do work and you feel tired, you can go anywhere. Let's say you do labor work, or you work with your mind. You feel tired, you just do the breathing. Inhale to and out, exhale 3 times. That's all you do, and then you don't have to receive energy from the light of a star, or do one with the 3 breath, and the second time with 3 breath, and 4th time. So anytime when you feel that you are tired or exhausted, stressed, all you need is just 3 breaths, and you are able to recover right away. So you can rest assured. Let's say when you're driving, you are feeling tired or sleepy, you just do the 3 breaths, and then you are able to recover. That is how I want to elaborate for you on that part. And now, as you can see, in the case of Feng Shui, you have seen it already. But for the first time, when you ask, I want to share with you all these forms you have learned through already. So now, we go one step beyond that. Each day in your body, in your house, only in the case that 3 times when you receive the light of the auras of God into yourself, it covers for your whole family. This is more powerful than the others. So in the case of food, and all of the food that you store in your house, that I have taught you, that you place the sun logo stickers, or you place the sun the metals, and you place the sun logo stickers on the storage anywhere in the house that you live. Let's say in the house that you live. When you are in the house that you live, when you receive the light of the auras of God to you 3 times in a day, then you are safe. Even if anyone who do anything happen, but it's not going to happen to you. That one to share with that for you first, so you can rest assured. So you can listen carefully. So that is a way that we place the image, the sun image. That is just a way of decoration now. But besides that, it will help us with the energy so that we can help our family, our home. There's no problem if you still have the sun image at home. Now, next question.
In the future, when they are very sick, if they have hepatitis, polio, should we I don't get it. Yeah, she's stuck. Is it still necessary to protect them against polio, stuff like that, hepatitis? Should we continue to give them shots, vaccination shots? Would that bother or hurt the immune system for those children if we give them shots when they're young? Should we not do any shots, give them any shots at all? Wouldn't it be too dangerous for them to receive shots? Is it really necessary to give them shots? Is it wise to do that, to give them shots? Another question, which is very personal. Since my childhood, I always see a clear moon. On the moon, I mean, when I see the moon, I see the face of a young man. Who is that person? Is he the person that you talked about a few years back and also yesterday? What does it mean? Why is it there? Because also sometimes when I look at it on the moon, it is inscribed within the moon, in the circle of the moon, and it gives me lots of love and empathy. And what does it mean actually? Thank you, Master.
On the first part, I want to share with you, in the case of the laws and the regulation of all of the countries, all of government, the children, they have to take the vaccine. So in the case of the vaccine, we have to follow the rules of the land. For us, we don't have any side effects. We don't have any problem or complications. We don't have to be concerned about this. When your children, when they go through take a shot, then you can transfer energy to them and they can be back to normal. They have to follow the rules and there's no problem with that. That is my recommendation to you. If you try to do that, you would cause problem. If you try to avoid for the children to take the vaccine, you may cause problem and they may not be able to go to school because of the rules. So for us, we are very fortunate that once the children, they go through take the shot, the vaccine shot, you can transfer energy to them. So you can reduce the problem or complication. And in the case, as you know, all the people, they can see visions. But to help you to see visions, so that to help you to follow the spiritual path, to see vision so that you can learn to progress. If you see vision to cause fear, there are some, as I have mentioned to you in the previous seminars, to avoid the case that sometimes the spirit, it is so difficult to control your body because your body is so heavy. Therefore, the spirit, it has the capacity to help the body to see the visions. Once you see these visions and you receive the love, the warmth, and that is a change to help you to progress. Just like one of the students from the level 6, about 6 years ago, you mentioned you had the discouraged thought that you want to quit, and on the way home from the 10-hour drive, and in 9 hours you have so many trials and you want to quit, and then you have that 1 hour you are able to have the vision to see me, and when in your vision to see me, I transfer my thought and you are able to contact with me, and that change your mind. So for that reason, from then until now, you come to the class of the brain of prehistoric man today. That is how I want to summarize for you, so you understand, so you can rest assured. And in addition to that, I just want to emphasize further, in the case of emergency, this morning, you transfer energy to help that person in the list, but then later on in the day they have the emergency, then you transfer energy just once by receiving the energy from the auras, and you send energy to that person once in the case of emergency. If you go to anywhere in the case of emergency, let's say you are on the trip, or you go on a boat, or you travel and you receive the energy from the aura of the God to send the energy to the ship or the plane or the car that you are traveling. So in the case of the problem with the airplane or with the ship, with the car, then you can reduce the problem. So you just receive the light of the aura of God and send energy to where you are. Let's say you travel on the boat or the ship or the plane. So in a way that you are able to travel safely without any problem. Let's say you are afraid of being in a storm or the air turbulence cause problems. So that's how I want to share with you, so you can apply with the technique. You are able to help those people, the passengers who are on your same aircraft. In the case of treatment, now you are in this class, you are treating others. Only in the case of you in this class, you are in a coma, then others treat you. But I tell you, you will not be in a coma. Either you live to help, or you just die. But you will not be able to be in a coma. So now, only when your mission is complete, then you just leave. So you should not let anyone to treat you. Now, remember, you are using the brain of prehistoric man because it is so new to you. You do not know, you cannot imagine the effect. And what are the effects from this class? What are the capacity that you have? Eventually, after the 18th, starting from the 19th, you would see after your practice, after you apply. So I tell you, I recommend, do not let, you are now in the class of the brain of prehistoric man, do not let anyone treat you except you are in a severe case. Meaning that in the case of emergency, just like in the case of emergency, a level 3 can treat you. This is a level 3 with the chakra open 100%. They can treat you. If you are severely sick, then at that moment, a level 3 with the chakra open 100%, then that one can treat you. So now you can rest assured. I just want to say, in the list, the collective list, in here, let's say you have 40 patients, and the two patients that are treated by 10 persons who are in the same level, 13 plus, and let's say in the same case with the hospital, if 10 of you send energy to the same person on the list, and the first one who receive, and then the next one you send, he will be without any problem. Let's say you transfer energy, there's still the same hospital, 10 of you. The first one who transfer energy and the hospital will be full, and then the next one you send energy. Sometimes in the hospital there are people who go in and people go out, and the new one who go in, the second of you who transfer energy to that hospital, and they can benefit. So in general, once you receive the energy that you send, the next one of you send energy. Each day you can transfer energy to the healing or to a building once in a day for each of you. That is how I can share with you in general, so you can grasp, so you can apply with the right technique to help others. Now go on, next question.
I am 42 years old. I was born in Laos, and I left my parents when I was 14 years old. I asked you a question a few times ago in Belgium, and I asked for your forgiveness, and He's very moved. He's crying. I never had in my life so much. I never had any answer from my question. I had a very hard life when I was young due to social upheavals in my country, and everybody pushed me to be the best all the time. And in order to survive, I was in the refugee camps for 2 years. When I was 14 years old in 1976, I never thought I would be able to speak French. Now I speak French, I understand French, I live in France. There are so many things I would like to share with you all, but we are very limited in time. I go directly to my question. You are teaching us not to judge, not to condemn anybody, to give as much unconditional love as possible, but I never received any unconditional love. You are to me our Father, a Father who teaches me to understand life in its whole. I studied to school in 1993. I didn't know what I was doing then, but whenever I attend a course with you, I feel very happy, even though I don't think I understand anything at all. But there's always something new which is coming up so that it can teach me to understand things. And before I came to the course here, I had the luck to I was here as a student at the level 13 plus and now at the 13 plus, and that allowed me to give some help here to participate with the organization of the course here. And also I do that with Germaine in Paris also, and they were very nice to me because they accepted me so that I could help them organize things. And what happened here was that I didn't feel my left hand. It was kind of cold. It was as if it was something like an object which is moving, but I couldn't control it anymore. It happened to me right before here, the day before I arrived here. And then all of a sudden I felt some heat, but my hand was moving without me knowing or being conscious of it. And the only thing I could feel was my brains. And thank you everybody, thank you Master, thank you Teresa.
So through this question I want to share my experience to you. Starting from the time you learned the class about the brain of prehistoric man, I want to announce to all of you from the past that will include from me, that I would say including me. I do not want to hide anything from you. You, me, all of us. From the time you are in the large LE family, from the time you learn from the level 7 and higher, always your body, you have the spirit from the chakra 3 up to protect your body in any situation. Do not think that you have only one spirit and that's all. It is not so. There are many of them. Sometimes there are 5, 7, 10 spirits that depending on your capacity. There are many spirits that can enter and helping you. Your capacity here, this is your body and your spirit. How much capacity you can contribute. Then God will send all these spirits who are responsible to protect you, starting from the time you are in level 7 and higher. A majority of you will have that test. When you have the chakra open 100%, your physical body, you always have the deities helping you, protecting you. So now, with more than 1,500 of you who are in the class about the brain of a prehistoric man, starting from 19th of April, nobody would protect you anymore. Me, you, forever, we complete. all of the soul from the Shaka 3 up, the spirit, they had helped us a lot. Now they all return back to God. They complete their mission. They return back to God. Perhaps they will send the responsible spirit to help other people in other continents or to help other countries, but not us. So for that reason, from the first day, yesterday, I had mentioned to you, we would not be able to see the wandering soul or this spirit or that spirit, because our spirit, the moment you can use a brain of Pacific man, your spirit and the spirit of God is one. You have 84,000 antenna so that you can receive and send. How come I send that you have 84,000 antenna? You may be surprised. I just estimate, just like according to the Buddhist scriptures, they mention about 84,000. These are the 84,000 hair on your skin, and these are just like the antenna to receive and send. Therefore, you have the capacity. Each of you have an antenna model. Just one will be sufficient. But for you, you have 84,000. Just like 84,000 method that the Buddha taught. We don't know which one. We are not in a religion. We do not have any of these method or techniques as Buddha had taught. But for the past 15 years, I have taught you, these are all the means that for us to help us to develop. Therefore, today we have this ability. I have explained to you about the spirit. That is the knowledge for you from the level 13 plus down. So for you from the 19th of April and on, it is complete. Your spirit is unite with the Spirit of God as one. Listen carefully. So for that reason, you can use the brain of prehistoric man. About 30 years ago, my spirit was fortunate that I was one with God. But I want to tell you the truth. But for me, at most, my faith is at most up to 95%, not 100%. In the past, my belief was only 60-70%. When I left my homeland, when I came to other countries, slowly through my teaching, now I increased my faith until now it is 95%, not even 100%. After this class, I want to share with you, all of you, I also want to confirm with you all the spirit that are responsible to protect me and you, starting from the 19th on, they will be all returned back to God. Listen carefully. So on the part that with tradition, family, society, culture, in the ritual that you will keep on all of the ritual in the past, because that is for your physical body, you do the prayers, you follow this ritual of the world. So that is from the physical perspective. You can say the prayer and you do the ritual in the human way. But your spirit and your brain, it is different. But you keep on the ritual, the tradition, the culture. In the case that you do the ritual and prayers, that is your business in the physical sense. I have no comment on that. That is how I want to share with you through these questions. And now I want to share with you, how come I mentioned like that? This so that you can rest assured starting from the 19th of April. Listen carefully. Tomorrow you learn, and then on the following days, your arms you feel back to normal. Perhaps when I mention like that, more or less you won't understand. All your physical body with the sickness, the symptoms, that is one way. The spirit of with responsibility, they help your body. They do not let your physical body to be interact in this way or that way. They stop you. So starting in the future from the 19th of April, all of these forms, it is up to the decision of the brain of prehistoric man as we are using. Do not be too concerned that you have this problem or this that problem. There is no thing that can block you. You just do and do the work. Listen carefully. And all of the case of sickness that you have, my sickness and your sickness, all of our problem. Why do I mention about sickness? You're supposedly, let's say you go to a holiday, to the vacation, but suddenly how come you feel sick? And you think it is bad luck, but in fact you're not sick. If you go on holidays, then you would encounter the accidents. So for that reason, certainly the spirit with the responsibility just cause your children to get sick, or you cause yourself to get sick, so to stop you from going on vacation. So supposedly you cannot go to vacation, you feel sad, but in fact they are saving you from the accident that it may occur. So that is how I want to share with you. It would all end starting from 19th of April and on. So go on, next question.
My country, Romania, where I was last year I received a message from you telling me to go to a certain cave in Romania where I was supposed to find a skull. Unfortunately, I didn't go, and I am very sorry if I did something wrong, but approximately 2 weeks after I received this message, all over the world, news were announcing the discovery of the oldest, until now found, human skull in Romania. I know that soon there will be many other discoveries in the world and in Romania too, and I would like to know the explanation regarding being physically present. It's okay? Okay. So I would like to know. Da? Okay. So I would like to know the explanation regarding being physically present in a certain place at a certain moment. Is the physical body of a human able to contain something that cannot be transferred through the spirit remotely? The second question is related also to the physical body that we needed to have in order to help the collective consciousness of humanity. There were many times when I would have liked to be able to relocate, to be physically in 2 places at the same time, mostly because I have a 7-year-old daughter who needs me too. We know that we can be in many places in the same time with our spirit. And if an appearance is needed, to have a kind of holographic projection of the physical body. But there is only one time when I was given this tremendous experience of bilocating, back in 2002, when I could have my body in the room where I was meditating with other colleagues, and for a few moments I could have been also in one of my friend's house, managing to scare her. She told me that I was not evoking like a hologram. I was not looking like, but quite in flesh and bones. That was a day during the Level 7 seminar held in Romania for the first time, and in that particular day you did few transfers, one for Level 4, then Level 5-1, and one for Level 7. At that time, I thought it was a matter of building up energy and being able to receive a certain quantity of energy, and this could enable my experience of bilocation. Yet, before I knew in that meditation that I am allowed to go somewhere else, first I have arrived with my spirit in a certain place. Is that place a kind of portal only for myself? Is there a kind of key into the physical body, except the alignment of the other bodies, physical, emotional, and spiritual? Using prehistoric brain, are we able to obtain this in case it is needed for the benefit of humanity? And the third question, you have told us that you might teach in the future how to create living organisms and about the possibility of having babies harnessed in energy and not in woman's womb. An American hypnotherapist, Michael Newton, discovered that through the temporal regression he can reach the supraconscious mind, the self, and to obtain information about the spirit world. His clients described how spirits are learning out there how to create environments, how to create living organisms, among many other things. Combining their energy with the divine energy, they could create or recreate objects, animals, plants. It is known in the spirit world that the earth is the hardest challenge for any spirit. You also told us that we might prepare to populate other planets as well. If this experiment with humans succeeds on Earth, on other planets, are we already working, preparing for this new operation? Is the new discovered planet, Sedna, among the possible planets, suitable for such a thing? And one last thing, lately I could not sleep more than 3-4 hours. The rest of the time during the night is kind of non-stop learning process and healing and helping others. I see many things, but the day before the seminar started, I was shown in a metaphorical way an image about the Last Supper of Jesus Christ, but there were only 6 apostles around Jesus. I have recognized 3 persons, which I know, in this group. And I had the thought that the other 6 apostles are not here yet, are not awakened. Is this true? I thank you all for patience. I thank you again, dear Master. And please, if you think it's okay, could we have a common meditation? Thank you very much.
So now let me share with you. I cannot confirm on this earth there any location or they are so special. However, with everything that we learn or I come there, then for sure if there are, then I would be able to learn. I only need to come there once. For example, about 8 years ago, or more than 8 years ago, when I came to Budapest in Hungary, and I went to Italy, to Spain, to France, to one country, to another. In all the countries, all of these locations, that a number of you that you brought me, you mentioned these are the sacred ground, but I did not know the locations. But my spirit, as the spirit control my body to travel here and there, that is for my physical body to learn from these situations. In the nearest, like I went to China, I received the message 12 years ago, but then 12 years later I was able to come there. So whether I travel to Egypt, to one country, to another, in one form or another, that the spirit was there in a sacred ground. When I come there, for sure, more or less, I would be able to retrieve the information. I don't want to say that they give it to me, but when I come there, they teach me, and I knew, and I returned. Just like after my trip to Ice Rock and to China, I mentioned that in the future, who knows, in the near future, Ice Rock will not be on Earth anymore, would not be in the desert anymore, and the mountain range perhaps will be under the ocean floor, just like in Atlantis, for example. That is how I share with you. And for you, as you travel here or there, in the same way, your physical body you would not know, but your spirit, with the responsibility, your spirit can take your physical body to come there to learn with the purpose to help your body to understand further in the future. Perhaps you are able to use the information that the body knows to help the people. That is how I summarize for you, because through these questions, it relates to the topics from the previous seminars. It doesn't relate to the brain of prehistoric man, so that's why I give you a summarized answer for you to understand. In the case of biolocation, I myself, I know, with my presence, I live in America. With 300 of you in France, in your meeting, and altogether 300 of you, my students, you want to see my presence. I was when you saw me wearing the suit, I walked in and I greet and I went straight with 300 of you, the UE students, about, I remember, about 10 years ago. It was in Paris, and that one is not important. That incident is not as important, but perhaps most of you want to see my image because of the fact that you really want to see my image. So you will see me like in real person. I come and I greet you and I walk out. To me, on that is not as important, that phenomenon. The important part is how we have the ability to help mankind. It is not that for you to see this so that you can praise this, because it has no purpose for me or for you. With everything I teach you, if you can retrieve the information to help mankind, this is the thing that you need to focus, and this is the thing that I need you to do. In the case of all this mystical or magical power, I do not need this. I just want to share that point with you. And for that doctor, with the technique of hypnosis, that is his business, I do not know. I learned on a spiritual path for 30 years. I learned from the deities. That's not, you will not be able to know like the past, the present, and the future. Listen carefully. With the plan, you know the past, the present, and the future. Nobody would know. Regardless of how much you know, you eventually you would die. Let's say you see the past that you are rich, wealthy, or when you see in the future that you are spirit. Whether you see yet that you'll be good or you see that you will be bad, you would still die anyway. So that's why God blocked all of that. So you will never see the past or the present or the future. Listen carefully. That is the 100% of the lesson that you learn. Whether they claim that they know, I do not have any comments. But for you, you receive the message from the deities to help you with the means that for you to progress on this that you have. To help you with the means that you learn to progress, that is the one you have. And whether they claim about the past and the future, I do not know about their technique. I do not know, because God will not teach me, because there has no purpose. God teach me whatever it is necessary so that I can teach you. Then I would learn when it is needed. When the technique, whatever they learn different techniques, or whatever they learn in their method, that is their own business. So as you know, as you see this vision or that visions, just like on the moon or this planet or that planet, perhaps in the future you would be able to. Because 30 years ago, I learned from the deities, when the human world, once we have the test of God, so we have the special capacity, then on the case that we can travel here or there, it is not as difficult. Why? So we are able to bring the human life to this planet, just like on this earth. That was existed 3 billion years ago. 3 billion years ago, the brain of Pacific man that stand down here to have a great life on earth. So now with 1,500 of you now, eventually, as I mentioned to you, there are 6 billion on this world who can use the brain of Pacific man. They can use 100%. And it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient in terms of number to travel to migrate to all the planets. We only have 6 billion. And the neighboring planets, including all the stars, our universe, there are billions and billions of stars and planets. Just one of us go to one planet, one of us go to one of the stars, and we can only have 6 billion stars. Just like the Earth, the 7 billion years ago, after 3 billion years, the Earth. Now, as I teach you, now we only 1,500 of you, not even 1,600 of you. If let's say 1,600 of you with truly use the brain of Pacific man that we can apply, we can practice, just like about 3 billion years ago, then we can go out to the planet. We cannot help much. These are only the small number of stars. Because you mentioned, I guess, give you a calculation by numbers so you can see. So now it's not like 6 billions and billions more that would come to contribute. So we have like a special ability. We can travel here and there. That is a way that on this earth, 3 billion years ago, you think that 3 billion years so long. It's not as long. You turn around back and forth with this mountain range, with all the caves. There are 300 up to 2-3 billion years. So now it's been there for billions of years. Now suddenly you have a chance to come there to these caves. That according to the research of the science, that these caves may be around for millions or billions of years. So now we leave that behind. Now in the future, that is the career and the future of the humankind, to reach wisdom and enlightenment, that we are volunteer to learn ahead and to be the pioneers so that we can help the next generation so that they can reach the same state of wisdom and enlightenment like us. Only in that manner on earth we are able to reach the true state of wisdom and enlightenment for all of the living creatures. So I explained for you already, and your spirit can create all this vision for the body to see, to help you on the spiritual path. So now you mentioned about six. You see this this apostles or the saint. Do you know their face? Let's say you see the image of the Last Supper, the Christ with the 12 apostles. You don't know their face. Now I'm still alive. They draw my photos. Some of my students, they draw me. They draw my face. Sometimes it's crooked, and sometimes they draw and with the mole is supposedly it's on my cheek. They put it on the other cheek, on the wrong one, and they put the mole back on this cheek. I'm still alive. They draw my face wrong. So about the face of the Christ and the Apostle after 2000, how can you recognize them? Buddha, Christ. You can see they change the face of the Christ. They change it so many times. For Buddha, they don't have to change, but they draw it wrong. I tell you, the Buddha doesn't look like that. When, according to the scriptures, he was so skinny. But in Vietnamese or the Japanese, they draw the image of the Buddha. He's always fat. I don't know how come they think like that. But anyway, these are the means to help us to learn. Do not see this image or that you focus and you are locked on them. But according to research, according to tradition, culture, you only learn about the tradition, culture. I know at this time, any country that draw the face of Buddha, like in India, I do not know how they research. They saw they draw the face of Buddha like that. If to have, in the case of the Buddha who can help mankind, he's supposed to be skinny and sacrifice to help people. Even though now Buddha is sitting on a Bodhi tree, with the image that we saw that they draw, it's not the Buddha, the one who can save mankind, but they have drawn that image. We cannot change it now. That is how I want to share with you on this. In the previous seminar, I have mentioned a lot of. I just want to summarize for you about the vision that we have, so that you can recognize and you know these are only the means to help us to progress on the spiritual path. Do not think that you see these visions like that, and then you try to keep it into your body, and you think about it, and you calculate. No matter how you calculate or how you scheme, it will be wrong. Because the visions are only the means to help us to find the truth, to reach the truth, so that you can return back to God. It doesn't mean that these visions are for you or representing God. Do not think like that. The vision is not the truth. That's only the means. Listen carefully. But for thousands of years until now, how many people can reach the real enlightenment? So for that reason, or in the previous questions, I mentioned to you at the present time on earth, for those who have powers from the past until now, they are in human form now in the world. To this question from this student who mentioned about someone who can see about the planet Cessna, according to how I understand it, is representing, let's say, from the image from the Indian, they symbolize God, like Krishna, like from Indian. It symbolizes the power of God. If you can see this vision, if you can return to that state, meaning that you are able to return back to God. So I just explained that part for you. And for the meditation, now your brain, I have sent to you, each of you, I sent the brain already. In the past I sent you a copy, so now I send you original already. So now you meditate with me. Now you don't have to meditate with me, but me. tomorrow, before the end of the class, I will transfer energy to your brain. It is not a transfer energy. So instead of receiving the light of the aura of God, that next to me there is the aura of God. That about 9 years ago I already have it, received it, and about 30 years ago I already received it. It is not doesn't mean that now I have it. So if you wish, so then I would send to all of you, each of you, the light of the aura next to you. I have it, then for sure you have it. So that the way that you can receive the energy, the light of the aura is easier. So you can rest assured, it is not like a meditation. Now we don't meditate together. We just receive the capacity so that we can receive, so we can share with this energy, with this capacity to all of those who are linked to us by faith. So that's all we do. Next question.
Good afternoon, dear Master, and accept my regards. I've got a few questions. My first question. You said that everything is means for us to develop. Is that okay now? Everything is a means for us to develop. Is the aura of God also means, or is it truth? So is the aura of God a truth, or is it also a means? My second question, is there a certain technique for us to be awake enough so that we can keep our energy at high level, at the needed level, for us and for the people around us? And my third question is actually a request on behalf of all the Bulgarian group, and my request is it possible to make the lunch break today shorter, not 1 hour and a half, but 1 hour, so that we can listen to all the lecture here in Budapest today and not come tomorrow earlier? Thank you very much.
Can you please repeat the second question for me? I cannot hear you very clear. It was breaking up. The second question.
Budapest nhớ phải hơn 3 giờ đó. Thầy nói thì xin thầy break này ngắn hơn thay vì.
Đúng rồi, nhưng mà cái chuyện đó mình tính kê, mình thích kê rồi mà.
Còn ngoài ra có hỏi câu gì nữa?
Câu số nhì nè, nghe không có rõ, nghe nó bị đứt đoạn ở trên này. Can you please repeat for me the second part of your question? You are breaking up. I cannot hear you clearly.
There a certain technique to keep the level of our energy high enough. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Keep the level of our energy high enough. Is there a certain technique for keeping our energy high enough, the level of our energy, not to lose our energy?
Thank you.
Không phải đa Vũ.
Dạ vâng, dạ xin cô sư thầy.
Quy bây giờ thầy trả lời tất cả những câu hỏi anh chị em đưa ra nha. Thầy đã giải thích cho anh chị em ngày hôm qua rồi. Trong suốt cuộc hành trình thầy đi tu học đạo trên 30 năm, thầy mong chờ cái lớp đầu tiên ở bộ người tiền sử để thầy hướng dẫn cho anh chị em. Thật sự mà nói, 30 năm về trước, thầy đã học tất cả những sự việc mà thầy nói dạy cho thầy rồi, thầy dẫn tới. Qua 30 năm, gần nhất, thầy chuẩn bị dạy cho anh chị em rất là đa tầng. Anh chị em chúng ta biết cách sử dụng linh hồn tế bào, linh hồn thần kinh. Đó là một cái khối sáng mà thượng đế cho nhân loại hưởng. Trong đó anh chị em, thầy và chúng ta đó. Những cái gì anh chị em học hỏi thầy đào tạo cho anh chị em từ lớp.
I have taught you from the level 1 now to the level 13 plus. That was the trial that you learned through. So now you can reach today. This is not the means. All the means you have learned from the level 1 to level 13 plus already. So now through the question from yesterday and today, I do not want to disagree, but I just summarize for you. Anything that is not unnecessary, I do not answer for you. So in summary, the time from yesterday, today, tomorrow, you need to focus on the brain of prehistoric man. This is not the means. It is your mission, our mission. As you wish, we all wish for that from a long time ago. Now we officially can use. It is not like now this is only the means for us to develop. So you had promised in front of God. I had promised to God that we decide to help mankind, to help our people, to help our country. So now the time had come. God had given to us the ability. Now you cannot even refuse. If you refuse, it is up to you. It is not mine. Because all the people that you save, they are no strangers. These are your family members, your loved ones, your relatives, those who are in your living with you in your country, those who live with you in your country, in your homeland. They are no strangers. You don't need to help anyone else. So therefore, from that perspective, you cannot refuse to abandon the path. That is how I want to share with you. This is not the means. We have learned through all the means already. As I had mentioned to you, eventually from 19th of April, all of the spirit next to you who helped you for the past time, from the time you are born until now, all of the spirit, now they will all go back to God. Now you can decide yourself, you apply yourself, and you contribute to help yourself and you help others. So you listen carefully. So it is clear for you on that point. So now, with the energy, I have guided you to help you already. You still have distraction. Then the energy, the combined frequencies, the energy from the sun, the stars, all of these forms are the trials for you. It is too much for you. So now you go over this trial, so you can apply, really apply. From a religious point, I more or less understand about religion from a Buddhism more than Catholics. But according to the philosophy, I perhaps can help you. I use topics from Buddhism for the past several thousands. They mentioned about the karma concept. These are the means to help us to develop further. If from the Catholics or from the Buddhist teaching, they mentioned about the karma. When you commit sin, you go to be condemned to hell, and then if you do good, you go to heaven. Then for sure, if you do it, if you don't do it well, that's why now we have total chaos and a lot of suffering in the world. Only we talk about love and compassion, only on that. To forget ourselves, to sacrifice ourselves for others. These are the way that they teach us, and with this, their punishment through our mistakes, they have to suffer this or that. But do you see that you suffer from anything? Let's say you commit evil after 80 years, 100 years, and you go back to earth in a cemetery. On this earth, the one who is the best one in the spiritual path, after 100 years, I don't know where they end up. They are still in the cemetery. Where do they come? But they all end up in the cemetery, whether cremation or bury. This is a very practical way I explain for you. It's not like abstract. So 50 years ago, I still remember one of the phrase from one of the religious leaders, and that man at that time he was 80 years of age. So now it is 130 years until now, and 130 years. So now, as you are using the brain of prehistoric man, I want to share with you. They mentioned that in that man, he said that you do good, you try to do good, all the merits. You try to do good, you do good, and with all the merits, you end up dead. And you commit all the sin, evil, you are so evil, you still end up dead. So in both ways, you end up dead in the cemetery. They all end up in the cemetery. So you can see, I just want to guide you the means that to help us to develop. Any means that we are able to receive directly or indirectly to help us to develop. So now, it is not to say that we have already developed, but we are fortunate that God has given to us responsibility to help mankind by using the brain of God. That is the brain of God, not the brain of humans. So now, once you use the brain of God, then do you have any karma? Do you have any karma? Or supposedly God create all of the living creatures. God doesn't have a karma. So suppose that you think that God have a karma. However, in the past, with the subject that I mentioned, that there is a light, there is a dark. After good and bad, bad and good. That is in the human world. That's how they analyze. And it means to develop. We do not need the light or the dark, but we have everything. We have zero. In zero, we have everything. And you are using the brain of prehistoric man. You are using zero. You go beyond. You are standing beyond the universe. We have that zero, the smaller zero that is in the earth, and the medium size zero that is the universe, and the large zero, just like the large circle of the antenna model, that would be the energy from the aura of God. That could cover everything. That cover the entire universe. It doesn't mean that the light of aura of God that are in the universe. If the light of the aura of God is in the universe, then we would be still stuck in the same circle. We have to go outside that circle. So for that reason, you, me, we are very fortunate that God has sent in the brain of the prehistoric man. So the question from your question about karma, so now you think about it. Buddha, who is the concept of karma, he's here for many lifetimes to be able to educate the humankind, to help us the means to develop. Buddha had mentioned that I am the Buddha and you shall be the Buddha, but when you will be the Buddha? Now we do not want to say that we are the Buddha, but we are just receiving, we are being in humility, we are humble, we are receiving the brain of God who sent to us so that we can serve humanity. In the case that we can reach nirvana, or we can reach the light, or we can have this or that, we don't have to think about it. The human world right now is suffering, they need us. You don't have to think of you can achieve this, or you can do to have wisdom or to have enlightenment. If you want to have wisdom, enlightenment, you just help to reduce the suffering of the humankind. Then, even if you don't want wisdom, you will have wisdom. Even if you don't want to have the ability, you will have the ability. Because God, who gave us this mission to do it. All of the means that we have overcome already, so that we can now apply. The last part is to apply. For you, the more you do, the more you can benefit. The less you do, the less you will benefit. And if you don't do anything, you keep on asking, how come it's so strange? Because you try to deceive yourself. You can deceive yourself, your spirit. You can deceive the high being. You mentioned that you will serve to help mankind, to help your family. But then how do you help? That is that is your question. How you help? Now you have the capacity. Now you have the ability with all of these ties, all of this form. That you don't have any more ties. Now you just help your country, help your family. If you don't want to do it, it is up to you. It is your own. If you don't want to help anyone in the past, if you are lazy, now you cannot be lazy because you are not taking care just for me. It is not that you take care for anyone else. You are taking care of your spouse, your family, your relatives, on both sides of your family, your country, your people. It is not because of that you don't have enough time. Through this question, I want to share with you. You were fortunate. We do not say that we can become this or that. We do not become the high being. The deities that come to us, they're down here on this world, just like us in human form, just like all of us, to volunteer to help the humankind with his suffering. We are very fortunate that we are next to God, as we are next to God, to the deity, so that we can serve humanity. Eventually, when you are in this class, next year, I promise next year, so that you and me, we would know. You would know who are the high beings, and who would come on earth to help the humankind. And in parallel to that, tomorrow I will tell you about my life, Perhaps you'll be so surprised, but don't be surprised. Just wait until tomorrow. I will try to see. Perhaps 3 hours reviewed 3 hours ahead for the Vietnamese. So whether you are happy or not, I do not know, because the people from Vietnam, some of them they have to go back because of their air ticket. So in the first part of the lecture tomorrow, and then I would mention to you anything else. And in the case of the break, first of all, in the case yesterday, you have 1 hour and a half, and there's some people only have 250, and there's some late. And in Italy, there was almost 1,000 of you, so 1 hour is not enough. So don't worry. This morning, Vani had mentioned, so you can rest assured in Hungary, they have a videotape. And with the 30 minutes of the lecture, so tomorrow you would see the videotape. You can just go in earlier tomorrow. So the next day, instead of learning at 8 o'clock, then you go to the class at 7:30 and you can see the video, so you don't lose any of the lecture, so don't worry. And I want to share a few points for you. I just want to share with you when you have the ability that God had given to you to use the brain of a prehistoric man, I advise for you, never boast. You think of yourself lower than anyone. That yesterday I had mentioned to you, our spirit is smaller than the soul of the self, because when we, as the smallest spirit, then we have the highest capacity, just like the scientists out in space science, they had research. The smallest atomic particle contain the most powerful energy. We cannot say from a field of science and technology, but comparing to the subatomic particles, we only just receive the light of the auras of God, so that we are able to enhance using the brain that God has sent to us from God. God do not need the auras of but for us, just like we are the representative, we use a new organ into the brain, just like for a person who has a transplant of the heart or the liver. So now we are replacing using the brain of prehistoric man, and that is the brain of God. So from that perspective, each day you just need to transfer energy by the energy of the light of the auras of God to your brain, so that the brain is not destroyed by the fact of the physical body, the heavy physical body. That is the reason I advise for you, after you graduate the class of the brain of prehistoric man, each day you need to take care of your brain by 3 times energy transfer. That is the reason I want to share with you. Yesterday, I explained for you, we do not have the spirit. We see the negative energy compared as the powerful virus. It is correct. You listen carefully. You need to learn the level 13. You have to complete the class about the brain of prehistoric man, because from the journey that you learn from yesterday until today, and from today to tomorrow to the past, you have the protection of the spirit. Now from the 19th and the future, you have the brain of prehistoric man, and no spirit can protect you. You have the ability, the capacity beyond the universe that can protect you. That is the light of the auras of God. I do not want to say that it is God, but we have to use the term that the light of the auras of God, because God had given the brain of God to you. Then God always is next to you by the light of the auras of God. That I want you, each day you need to receive energy and transfer energy 3 times to protect the brain that God had given to you. You listen carefully now. That is how I want to share with you on that part. Do not think that you can go back home and then you say there's no spirit, this spirit or that spirit. And you say that the master said that you are low, that you have the ability to handle the high. Now you think you are the lowest. I don't want to say that we are able to help the soul from the chakra 3 up, but the responsible spirit that been from the chakra 3 up, they are now finished with their mission. They can return back to God, just like the brain of the basic man that was imprinted in ice rock. I do not know how long, according to my own personal understanding. At the latest, meaning in the decade of 21st century, at the latest, by the end of the year 2009, perhaps ice rock, in one form or the other, it may be destroyed. I don't know how it is erased, but in the latest, in the decade of the 21st century, it will be totally erased. Because once God allows us to use this image, then that mountain range will be erased. But the photographs, as you can see, we still have the photographs. So now we'll take a break. Now we'll take a break and then we can resume later. So now we'll take a 1 hour and a half break. But then you need to train yourself. God have a concern that you are not able to use it properly. For that reason, God allowed you to receive the light of the auras of God 3 times. So instead of praying to God, for example, in the previous class, I know the students, all of you, the students all over the world, a number of you, you have faith in God, Christ, Buddha, and in the deities, in the religious figures in your religion. So instead of the image of the Buddha, Christ, or God, now in a way you are using the light of the auras from God to erase all of these things from the past. So you don't have to pray. When we talk about pray, there will be difference in between the religions or between in terms of the individual belief who do not know what is God due to lack of faith. So that's why at this present time for us, we do not need to pray. We just receive the ability beyond the universe, so that with the brain of Prehistoric Man that we are allowed to use, we have more capacity in order to help mankind a step at a time, each period of time. Do not think that once you have the brain of Prehistoric Man, then you would be able to apply in a few decades later. I mentioned to you on the first day of the class, when with the brain of Prehistoric Man that God had given to us to use, then starting at the end of the 18th, meaning you complete the learning, and the brain of Prehistoric Man would go directly into your brain, replacing the limited brain that you have. From a scientific and medical perspective, let's say in the case of organ transplant, sometimes the body can adapt to the new organ, or sometimes it has a complication that may cause the problem to your life. However, this is the invisible brain of Prehistoric Man with the powerful energy. It replacing our brain with the brain of Prehistoric Man with the light of the auras of God who had changed the environment for you. Like in the previous seminar, I had explained for you, for the past 40 years, a number of you, the scientists, only now you are able to research. The yogi masters, the people who follow the yoga masters, so they have the connection of the brain in meditation in order to help improving the immune system, to help to enhance the spiritual path. But these techniques, they research for 40 years. But in the UE family, for almost 15 years of my teaching, comparing to the research of the scientists, is still very little. However, with everything that you've learned, with the result, to help mankind, to help the people, to help your family, with the result you're able to achieve in a high percentage. I don't want to repeat on this again to lose time. So now it is you have to apply to change the environment. Like I mentioned to you yesterday and today, I had revealed to you, in the case of the wandering souls or the spirit of the high being, they are finishing the mission, they return back to God. They don't have to protect you. So now with the collective list, each day, on the first time, You receive the light of the energy out of the auras of God to send to the earth. And then you need to transfer energy to your own country where you reside. There are so many wandering souls. When you receive the light of the auras, they are able to return back to God. My point here is, are the wandering souls eventually, in the future, the wandering soul as a return back to God, and they would reincarnate in a human form so that they can help mankind. Then you can see the social order in the spiritual world. They will not cause problem in the physical world like us. This is a very special case that God sent the first prehistoric man down here on earth who created all of the living creatures that will include the wandering soul. Listen carefully. So now, you use back to the state of the original time when God started to send the human on earth. So now God did not doesn't send just one, but now God sent at least 1,500 of you now. And it would multiply out so that we are able to apply. And in the future, the human world will apply just like us. That is how I want to share with you. So you should not worry about the case of the wandering soul, the high spirit, and how do we help in all of these forms. You need to clear all this form, and you leave that for others to learn in the future. So they have the opportunity to learn to help others, the living as well as the dead. That is the UE student from the level 13 plus down to level 3. So now our mission we have completed. Now we do a higher task to help our family, to help our country, and to help the whole world. We do not want to say that we can control the soul of the living creatures or we can control the spirit of man. However, with your energy, you are able to help those if they follow right with the will of God. We are able to help them to be successful faster. If someone who could not do it rightly, therefore with your energy transfer, they would be clear as they are clear, but they still know. They quit, but they are able to grasp what they learned, even though they thought that they continue on the path, but they abandon what they did not know in their subconscious. These are the people. We help them in both ways, positively or negatively. From positive you turn to negative and then turn them back to positive. That is the principle for us as we are using the brain of prehistoric man. We contribute from a negative, like opposite to positive. So in the world there are two ways, positive and negative. We have sufficient energy as we receive from the light of the auras of God. Then all of these negative things or bad things, they are all just one, just like the positive things. When you can convert from negative to positive, everything will return back, and then eventually you really want to reach the state of nothingness. That is how I want to share with you a few points before I let Kazan ask questions, so that you can understand and you can rest assured. Otherwise, you still continue to have worries. Why? All this that would cause us problem. So that we need to change anew to apply all of the new technique, new things that we learn in order to help others effectively. So now I allow you to ask questions. Now in Kazan, you can ask question now.
Your turn, Kazan.
Dear Master, I personally have no questions. I'd like to thank God Almighty for trust towards us, for right now sitting in these halls, for the humanity in general. I'd like to thank you, dear Master, for the wonderful work that you're doing for the benefit of humanity. I would like also to thank all the pioneers, your first students, for example, such as say Paula, Vanni, Dr. Dick, in here, others of course, in here I know Ildos of Kazan, Tatiana Tishenko, and Irina Priest. Also, he thanks me for hard favor. I would like also to congratulate all students of this who are at this level for with taking such responsibilities on our shoulders, and great success to all of us as a people in between God and people helping people. And he says 2 questions from friends of mine at this level. How do we use acupuncture technique? And secondly, how can we help at this level to pregnant ladies during pregnancy and during delivery? Thank you very much.
Okay, Farhad, if you can give me a ring, please ring me because I've got something to say to you. But in the meantime, your face is totally dark. We could not see even your expression because you had the background very light and in front nothing at all. Okay, thank you. Waiting for your phone call.
Now let me share with you in the case of acupuncture, all of the patients that come to you, if you, let's say you have to heal that, treat that person for 3 or 4 consecutive days, so on the first day before you do that, you transfer energy to that person 3 times, and then you can use the 3 needles, just like in a triangle, a diagram, like a pyramid that you learn in the level 7 special. So you place the first needle, and then you place in the second needle, take out the first needle, take in the third needle, then take out the second needle, and take out the third needle. So any form of the injury, you need to use the triangle diagram on the first needle, and then the second needle either on the right or on the left, and then use the third needle. In all of the case, as you use universal energy, perhaps it may take you only 3 or 5 days, you are able to heal the person. You remember, before you apply the acupuncture, you transfer energy like that, and then on the second day and on, you transfer energy to that person once, and then you apply with the acupuncture with the needles. Let's say, for example, this person has a injury on the arm, the aches and pain on the arms. On the first time when the patient comes to you, you receive the light of the auras of God, and you transfer energy to that person 3 times, and then you use the 3 needles. When you take out the needle, that person is healed. And I want to advise for you one general point. When you apply acupuncture, you can apply whether the person take a shower or not, doesn't matter. In the past, you have to tell them take care, but now you just puncture only 2 millimeters in depth. Afterwards, they need to use a band-aid on the wound, so when they take a shower, it doesn't cause some problem on them with the aches and pains. That is one of the secrets that the acupuncturists, they do not know. Because in the past, a number of you who are the acupuncturists, when you puncture the patient, and perhaps you leave the needle there for 15 minutes to half an hour. So all of the program that I have taught you from the past few years, I allowed you, when you go to level 7 special, you are able to apply the acupuncture. You are improving your technique. So now it is getting better. In the case when you are so successful, you can charge them equal or less than what you used to. You do not think that you are able to treat them effectively, and then you increase the price. If you do that, it is not effective, as you are using universal energy to help them. So that is my opinion. I help you on acupuncture. Now, in the case when you ask about people with pregnancy, I remember there's one student in Kazan here who were in the level 13 plus. She mentioned that her delivery in the end of April, and she would like to ask the center in Kazan to help her to pay in the monthly so she can learn. In the year 2003, I had mentioned that for those of you who are in the EV school, who you learn the level 13 plus, so now you are in a level using the brain of Pacific Man. So when your child is birthed from April and on, your children will be very intelligent. I do not want to say it is an indigo child, but in fact, your child would be very intelligent and healthy, because that is a high spirit would come into your child and help your child to be intelligent. That is one of the blessings for those of you. I don't know about others, but with more than 1,500 of you who are here in the presence here in this level, I know that one student who presented, if those of you, the women who are now right now, from April to the future, from April to December, if you give birth, then for sure your child will be very intelligent and has wisdom. I confirm this with you. I had confirmed this from the year 2003 already. So now, each day after this class, you transfer energy to yourself once, and when you go to delivery, when you go into the hospital, when you have problem with the childbirth, delivery, you just transfer energy to that woman. If she's in a delivery room in the hospital, she has to be in the hospital. When it's not dilating, or when she has a lot of pain, then you can transfer energy to that woman 3 times. Then she will give birth. Do not transfer energy like that at home. If you do that at home, if your car, you try to run to the hospital, let's say your wife, you may be able to, when you do that, she may be able to deliver right on the street. So yeah, she has to be in the hospital. This is for those of you who are in this level about the brain of prehistoric man, so you can help your family or people in your family with pregnancy. I hope that for you it is different. However, for the other women who are not EV practitioner, when you know that they are pregnant, you try each day, you transfer energy to that woman. As you put the name on the list constantly from the time you discover that she's pregnant, then you help them with the energy transfer, so you will be able to deliver easily. That is my opinion. I want to help you after you graduate the class about the brain of prehistoric man. So now, next question.
Sir, dear master, dear teacher, thank you very much for the chance to ask the question. And my question is, do we have healing of the body, healing so that the bodies on the planet, all the people on the planet would be healthy? Is this the way that eternal life comes to the earth, the way that death is leaving the planet, that we become deathless, that we become eternal? My second question is, is there any possibility for us to increase the speed of incarnation of the souls who die and leave this world, or is this decided only by God Almighty? Could you please clarify this question for me also? Thank you very much.
Can you repeat the first question, please?
First question. Are we coming to the age of eternal life by way of being able to heal the bodies of people, so that people will not be sick? Okay?
Yes, okay, thank you.
Now let me explain for you. I don't want to give lengthy explanation because this one I had answered already, but I just want to elaborate further for you. Let's say the most intellect people in the world, these are the people in Atlantis 200,000 years ago. They did not need to use food and nutrients. Listen carefully. They nurture. Therefore, we do not depend on food and nutrients. But due to the greed and selfishness for one continent, for one country, they do not want to spread or share to others in the world. For that reason, God invited all of them, these spirits, to go back and to reincarnate. This spirit, God sent down here on earth in a heavy physical body, that for the past 200,000 years until now, no one can reach that unity of the body and the spirit. Until now, today, We are very fortunate. We are fortunate that we know how to use. And in the case of the body and the spirit, return back to God. That is not me or us who can decide. God had let me experience that body, in the unity of the body and the spirit, to travel out. So through my way of controlling and able to do that, I would be able to teach you, like I had mentioned to you in the past, in many classes. Once I experiment and I get the success, then I teach you. So now with the brain of THdroC man, we go beyond the knowledge of the level 13 plus. We have the ability to control the soul of the cells in the nervous system, so that we are able to overcome, to replace by the other souls, so that we can help them to progress faster. Now we cut off this part, because we don't know when we would die, when we would live. But I explain for you from now to the past. Listen carefully, from today to the past. We have to be bound by 4 factors. Birth, old age, sickness, death. From now to the future, I cannot determine. If we do not violate the mistake of Atlantis 200,000 years ago, as Buddha had mentioned about these 4 factors, then only when you are sick, then you die. If you don't have sickness, then you would not die. If we can solve the problem, this is the 3rd factor about sickness, then in terms of longevity, we are able to do that, to prolong our lifespan for humanity, then we can succeed. If it is for only pleasure, then it is restricted. On this I have answered for you. I just want to share again. Therefore, with everything that you learn from the level 13 plus, I, myself, you, all of us, we have to apply to see the positive result. From the time you can control the soul of the cell, of the nervous system inside a sick patient to help the recover, I had experimented on myself, and you apply, and then you will see the result. So now I explain further after this class about the brain of THdroC man from now to the end of April, to see how it is for yourself, how you can use the brain of THdroC man that God had allowed you to use. Then you would know. I would not promise you to wait 10 years, 20 years. I just tell you to wait only within 2 weeks from now to the end of April. With the presence of more than 1,500 of you from all over the world, you can try to apply. This is for the sake of humanity. That will include your country, your family. I don't want to confirm that how long we can live. But we live to serve humanity, then for sure, I believe for sure that we can live very long. And in the case that you wish to help to enhance the rate of evolution, do not think that after death we have to wait in line for reincarnation. That is from now to the past. Listen carefully. I had mentioned to you recently, after the class about the brain of THdroC man, after you complete this class, you transfer energy to the earth, you transfer energy to your country, you transfer energy for the collective list. Let's say right here, the list of 100 people in your collective list. And in this 100 people here, and they are in all 80 countries, people from 80 countries or from 50 countries, because this 100, these are all your friends from 5 continents. You transfer energy to them. In 1,500 of you, you transfer energy to so many countries. With the light of the auras that you send there, that is the light of the auras of God there. That is the light of the energy of God. Once it's there, all of the spirit of the wandering soul, living creatures, will follow that light of the auras of God. That's God has sent to you, and you send, so they can go directly to return back to God, so they can reincarnate into the human. Therefore, there will be no more souls, wandering soul. Now we only use the brain of THdroC man. We have the ability that God has sent to us, so we can apply. So you can just calculate. You have your family members in one country to other others, and with 1,500 of you in 10 languages, perhaps you could cover many countries, representing many countries, so you can multiply out. You can see each day how many souls that you can help the wandering soul to return back to the light. In the past, you are in the high levels with the collective list, you are in level 7 special, you can apply with a collective list after the person in your list died. When you transfer energy, you don't have to pray the person go to the light in the level 7 special. Now we have multiplied out too much. To this question, I share with you my experience for you to listen. About more than 30 years ago, in many classes I had mentioned, God had taught me only the human can help human. Beside the human, no one can help the human. So this phrase, this answer, that would be appropriate to the message I received more than 30 years ago as I received the message from the deities. So these two questions I want to share with you. So now over here in Australia, in Melbourne now, it's in Melbourne to ask. Now, I would try to read it slowly. You can try to translate. These are a very long question that they wrote. I thought it's the letter for healing requests, but it is in fact the questions. I'm supposed to have my glasses to read, but I try. I wear glasses and I look old. Dear Master and the organizers who give us the chance for us to have a chance to learn to the higher levels until now today. First, from the point of view of right, wrong, bad, good, we do not, if we do not distinguish between right and wrong, so today, is it today? Is it what he wrote today? It is. Okay. Okay, this is very long. Beyond good, right, bad, right, wrong. So that we can have a clear mind, to have an unbiased mind, to send energy from the light of the auras of God. Dear Master, could it be that we fall into the state of a robot, or like of the infant 2 or 3 year old? That is the first part. Second part, after 67 time experiment with the earth after 3 billion years, so God doesn't have any patience, so God give us all of the power of God so that we can be just like God, to go back to the state of God faster. Third, thinking that if God create all of this universe, then we don't think about it. Perhaps it is God who designed and also being the director. Are we very stupid, or is it the secret of the universe? Just like would be just like a film, and everything that are set according to the film directed. So the whole universe with the evolution, whether we don't want to participate, we still have to participate. Whether we are ignorant, we just like be a grain of sand out in the desert. Eventually, we will return back to the giant light, whether we want it or not. So, whether we should feel sad or feel happy, doesn't matter how we want to do it. We still evolve. Even though you had mentioned that we want to progress, we want to help others to progress just like us. Right or wrong, but if the universe create the creator, then what will it be, and where does God come from? Or is it only God is the only entity? So when you're done with the translation, just let me know. So in general, just about the concept of God and the creation. So now let me answer to these questions. First, if you think that God has patience just like us, then you still feel selfish. You still so small. You think that God is just equal to you. That is one of the greatest error of the human. That's how we think. Whether how much you think, you cannot say these words as a blasphemer toward God. You cannot say like this to Buddha, not to mention to say to God. You think so low, you think of God so low. That's why you are in a sea of suffering for the past 200,000 years until now. With all these points, that's why in Atlantis 200,000 years ago, you think that you are better than God. And God take you back 200,000 years ago. Now God send you to return, and you still feel stubborn, just like in the past. I am not God. I'm not the high beings. But then one of the smallest, one of the smallest entity, they can help us. You study in medical school for 7 years, and when just one neuron is ruptured and you get sick. So you see, you look so lowly at God. That is our mistake 200,000 years ago. We boast, we have the ego. You dare to say that God do not have enough patience. You say that God create the universe, and then this is after 200,000 years. All the people in Atlantis, they had violated. So now when God want to prove who is God, we do not need to prove who is God. And God teach me 30 years ago. The human will help the human. These are the human who do not know God. And these human are better than the human. These are the representative of God. There are many notion, terminology about God. People praise God, but the God had never been on earth. And they dare to say that God is a man, not a woman. Who say that God is a man and not a woman? Who? If not, then who can say that God is a man, not a female? How come you address to God as a man? And you always see the image of God as a man. Now, as you want me to review, I should say that to you. Eventually, I will explain for you. On earth, there is no God. The human better than the human, and the human better than the human to help the human. It doesn't mean that you are better than the human for boasting or for the ego. Because of that, you have been destroyed 200,000 years ago already. Listen carefully. So now, do not dream about God. You, me, all of us, we are the one who help. Only the human that can help the human. God doesn't need to have name, because God created the universe. It doesn't mean that the universe can create God. Now we have to put that concept away. God sent us down here. We are better than the human to help the human. We do not need to use any terminology. We do not need to say about God. You mentioned to use the brain of prehistoric man. If you want to use it, and then you can benefit. If you don't want to use it, then you destroy yourself. God cannot save you. It is you can save yourself. We don't see God anywhere. You only see, let's say you go, you are sick, you go to a doctor, you see the nurse, or the EV student technology. Let's say with asthma, you almost die, and then the EV help you. When you are unable to walk, and the person can help you to walk. That is the practical one that I share with you. Supposedly on this, tomorrow I will reveal to you. But through this question, I thought in the morning, this is a letter requesting for healing. But now it is a question. So, even with the smallest guardian that has the capacity to help you, one of the smallest spirit, you have to kneel down to worship. No, you are the Vietnamese that tell you. Even the smallest guardian who can harm you already. Not to mention about God, God and the highest. God is not as selfish. You keep on thinking in this way, on that way, and you think about this. God doesn't have to do like that. Whether you believe or you live, if you don't believe, you die. That's all. God doesn't need you to believe in God. But God give you, whether you believe and you do it and you live. And that's all it is. That is how I summarize for you. You need to remember the universe that is from God. God created. It doesn't mean that the universe can create God. This is one of the greatest error of these masters in Egypt 50,000 years ago. They thought that they can sit and meditate, that they can send the energy out to help the universe. That's how the book wrote. These masters in Egypt, they never write like that. My God, I can think that the human in the human flesh, sitting in the desert, that they can send the energy to protect the universe. I explain very simple. God created the universe. The universe create this planet. The planet, in this planet, then there is Egypt, and from Egypt there is the pyramid, and then from that you sit in the middle of the pyramid. How do you have enough energy to send out to help the universe? Supposedly this secret I would not reveal to you. I do not need you to call me by any names. I'm just a human helping a human. I do not need people to call people to help. When you call on me, when I'm free, I can help you. If not, I cannot help. Christ come down here, they killed him. Those who are powerful, they use their power, authority, They killed so many people already. And then who would dare to arrest them? So now here, at the present time, there are many countries in the world with the miracles of God to reveal to these people, and they still arrest these people. They do not know the consequence of what they do in their country. The people, their ancestors, many lifetimes from the past, the ancestors, the children and grandchildren in the future, they could not die in peace. Like they saw it, they could not die in peace. Do you know about that? Then they would come from now to the end of the years, and now in the year 2005. Any country, any people, and you will see what happened, the consequence of what they do. To see and the power of God, who can control the world, or the world control God. I don't tell you to promise you to wait for 5 years or 10 years. I just tell you wait until next month and then next year, if you want to. I just share the secret for you. And if you want to die, when you die, God do not need you. One spirit is insignificant. We have 6 billion. So if you want to die, then you die, and another God will choose another to do the job. Listen carefully. So you want me to reveal the truth to you, as I share the truth to you. Once you come here to learn the brain of Pierre man, so that you can serve people. I train you, I keep on reminding you so many classes, so that today you are here, and if you are here you want to quit, you need God, then God doesn't need you. Do not think that God give you the mission and you can do anything you want. You can judge and you can you can quit. If you want to quit, it is up to you. My mission, my responsibility, I learned from the deities to remind you, to show you, to guide you the technique, to train you, to help you with the opportunity to contribute to help others. And that opportunity that we have been waiting for so long. That is your spirit, our spirit from Atlantis, from Egypt. We are no strangers. I don't want to say the high beings. I just say about 200,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, now we are come back here in human flesh. That is all of you. I just point, that is all of you. That's all of us. So now if you want to do, no matter what you want to do, it is so easy. You have gone through all of the lessons already. You have learned through everything already. Now, whatever you want to do, you have all the freedom of choice. You can turn right or turn left. There's no problem. Listen carefully. Now, through this question is to share with you the experience. This student, I just share with you so that you can understand. You learn what is that for. You learn to help your family, to help your country, to help your people, to help humanity, to learn to help. If you learn just for fun, just for play around, you can do that. There's no problem. There's no problem. You can do anything you want. That is the freedom of choice that God had given. As God had given the freedom of choice, that will include to all of human, that is us. For that reason, on the first day I had mentioned to you clearly, the freedom of choice, you can do anything you want. You can do anything you want. I will not force you. Because I cannot force you. How can I force you? God had given to us the freedom of choice. I cannot force you. But I just show you this. If you want to see the result, then you have to do this and do that. If you try to do this and do that, and you may have negative effect. And once the negative effect on you, you might not be able to repent. That is one of the greatest error for us, is that we are contradicting ourselves when the energy returns back to us and we are not able to determine. So for that reason, in this class, on the second day and before the third day of the class, I transfer energy to you. I pray so that all of this I clear for you, so that you are able to become a new people, so that you can help people. That will include your country, your family. It doesn't mean that to see you are unable to clear and I leave you. If you are bad and I leave you to die, that's not so. When you come here, my mission is to erase all of the contradiction in yourself. So that's why, starting from 19th of April, in the future, me, you, all of us, we would not have a chance that the spirit from the chakra 3 up would come to your body. As God send them to protect your body, God to send you the ability so that the human can help the human. Listen carefully. The human above the human, that you can help the human not to lead a life of pleasure. If you think that you can lead a life of pleasure, then for sure you would be erased. Because it is you who erase yourself. So these are the questions that I share with you the experience in this level 13 plus. So now go on to the next question. I'll read this question. This is the second question. The woman with the surgery take out the uterus, can she conceive? Second, if in a family, the family members like parents, brothers, sisters who request that we do not treat them, or they denied us, they denied our help, in this situation, can we still transfer energy and do not reveal to them? In that way, are we violating with their own will? On the first one, I can answer for you. On the second, I do not answer, but they keep on answering already. This is for the question from the level 7 special. Now you're in this class and you keep on asking this question. I would elaborate a little further for you. First, in the case of the woman with the surgery, just like the question from this morning, tomorrow I'll answer for you. Since you are so rushed, you want to rush, tomorrow I'll answer for you on that part. If you want to hear, tomorrow I'll answer for you on that part. Now, in the case of healing, I explained to you already. You always love these people who are sick. But then I want to remind all of you, you can treat anyone, even if they don't want us, with the condition do not reveal to them. Because for you, you think that they are sick and you transfer energy when they are healed and you are glad, that is a good thing for you. But then you tell them because of you then they are healed. Because you're saying that, then you would lose your teeth, and then they will hit you, you lose your teeth, and they would say that they drink this, they would say that they drink this herb or that herb. For sure, because of their pride, they will hit you. You will lose your teeth. I see many of you, as you try to tell them that you help them, and then they hit you and you lose your teeth. Many of you lose your teeth already. So that's why this morning I mentioned to you, as now you learn to accept to help people, but you use the brain of prehistoric man, you can see with everything that in the past you could not know whether it's right or wrong. So now you only just help. That is how I give you the opportunity, the advice. You just want to help people, and you do that in wisdom. And with that wisdom, intelligence, if you try to use your intelligence to help them, you would be a problem. Let's say four person. Two of them they want you to help, and then you try to do that, and then the other two they would have opposing you, and then they would have cause problem, and then they would kill these guys and then kill you. So if all four of them they decided, if they all lost, they could not, they are in a deadlock, they are stuck. Then they ask you to help, and in that way, then you can have help. You can help. So you'd rather wait for the right time to help when four of them are agreed. If only two, and the other two are opposing them, and you try to help, and then you'll be in trouble. So I advise for you: if you love your children and your grandchildren, you just do that in secret. Do not tell them. Do that in silence. Even if they know that you are helping them, as they know that you are helping them, and they come to see you, they thank you out in face, but they inside they would curse you inside. Sometimes when you help them to heal their children, but they curse at you. But sometimes in the family you are helping the children and grandchildren to help them, but then the parents they would curse at you. But then in a way they are all related to you, so that's why you have to help them. I know one of the experience. I just teach you, so the daughter-in-law, they keep on figure the daughter-in-law is a stranger. I know one of the family, rich family, they treat the daughter-in-law very bad. To them, the daughter-in-law are like strangers. Only the people in the family, these are the rich people, the billionaires, but they do not think without the daughter-in-law, how can they help the grandchildren? So they just, that's how they are in the world. In Vietnam, I don't know. I know some in some of the foreign land in Vietnam, like in Vietnam, they think like that also. I know that in Vietnam there is There's a lady who always treat better. Whenever there's the lady who's the leader of the group during the Second World War with the French, because in Vietnam for us, the French dominated us. But the French, they saved my life in the past. More or less, I still thank the French. Without the French, I would die in the past. So Jacqueline, I see here that she's laughing right now, because I just want to share with you. For us, right now, as we learn about the brain of prehistoric man, all of this we have learned through in the past already. Now with the brain of prehistoric man, we can determine whether it is real or false. Whether it's real, we can wait until you can help them. If you know that in the near future we can help them so that you can complete the mission to help others. It doesn't mean that you can help. So benefit for group A, not for group B. You have to do it in an unbiased so that both groups can be in harmony. You bring the joy to both harmony. It doesn't mean that you help group A and then group B has problem, or you help you choose one group. You need to help both group A and B together. We just wait for the right time in a short time so that you can help, so both groups can be in harmony. Then in that manner, the people, the country, the family would be in harmony. In that you are able to determine once you use the brain of prehistoric man. I just share with you on that point. Even though the question is very simple in terms of the treatment, I just want to share with you that experience. So eventually, you would be able to apply. And when you apply, that is for the benefit, for the mission and the merits that you have from today, from now, yesterday, today, and tomorrow to the past. All the mistakes that you have done in the past, all of your mistakes would be erased starting from the 19th of April. So once it is erased, then you will have the opportunity to use. For this reason or that reason, that God did not allow you to use, then for sure you would not be able to learn about the brain of prehistoric man. Then you will still be locked in that contradiction. We are very fortunate that we complete our lesson with that contradiction, as God has chosen you. I do not know who you are. God had helped all of your spirit with the opportunity to control your physical body to come here to learn, so that you can receive the mission more or less. You are able to serve others. You forget the past, because it is closed. Right now in the future, do not think, do not plan, because God will guide you. The past, do not worry or be too concerned about the past. You are afraid of this or afraid of that in the past. So the past, you leave it to the past and close the door. And you should not, you will not remember them anymore. So you can rest assured with everything from the past until now. Perhaps more than 1,500 of you in here, you are very fortunate that God has chosen us to give us a blessing, so we can use the brain of prehistoric man, the brain of God, so that we can serve humanity. It had never been exist on the earth. If there is, then for sure we'll see the new people. These are the new people here, they're no stranger. That is us, all of us. Next question. I would like to greet all of you, the UE students all over the world, who come here to learn from you, to receive the highest ability. From the past until now, you have taught us to reach the faith, our faith in the Father, and give us the true freedom to reach wisdom and enlightenment. In this class, perhaps it is the time that everything that I wanted to know from the past until now, so that it is enough time for us to contribute to bring peace, really bring peace to the people around me, to my community, and furthermore. Could it be that now the Father gave us all of the capacity, the ability to erase all of the threat to the earth, so that we can bring peace, true peace, knowing everything that would happen, as you have mentioned, the people with the capacity, but then we are still restricted, limited. I just want you to help us. How can we reach our desire? I would like to thank you for teaching us. Thank you, Master. So how can we reach our desire? How come you can speak Vietnamese? Perhaps this is from Cambodia, so that's why he can speak Vietnamese. Minh Hiệp or Vũ ask me where are you from? Where are you from? The Master would like to know where you from. From what country? My name is Thủy, in France. Now I know you. As you helped me to learn. Now I know you. I know who you are. So now, are you done with the translation? Through the presentation of this student, as I remember, Mr. Thủy, who lived in Paris, in the previous class, as I travel, as I teach in Europe, in Paris, he often come to learn many of the class in the past. Even though with the financial means he's had problem, I helped him in the past so that he would be able to learn from one level to another, not just to help him and help many people in Paris, in France. So through the presentation of this man, as you know, the time has not come. The time is for us, prepare for us to apply. All of the human will go through the changes. The people in America, I just want to share with you, these are not the Americans. The people in the United States, these are all of you from Europe, who came to Europe, or from Europe you came to America to form the country, the USA. The American native, they could not. Therefore, many Europeans who came to the United States, so now it is formed. Right now it is formed as the USA. Listen carefully. The people who researched spiritually 200 years ago, in about 1776, until now it is more than 200 years. The image that you have seen in a dollar bill that I had explained in the past, through this class, I just want to share with you further. It symbolized that pyramid that I did not know, with the eyes that would symbolize the third eyes, or in French the sixth sense. That in the teaching we are referring to the chakra 6 that can cover everything. The master in Atlantis in that time they used the chakra 6 that they can build a four-sided pyramid. That was 50,000 years ago. Now it is a pyramid that is left behind for people to research. I just want to summarize in short for you. In that $1 bill from the US, they knew that eventually in the future the human will have a chance to become a new human with a higher degree of wisdom, but they don't know when. Until now, more than 200 years, I live in America, but the American do not know who I am. I travel here and there in many countries, do not know who I am. When I come, I teach by video phone to all of you for the recent years. Nobody know who I am. My point here is, these are the people who are not in the UE school. I just share with you, it is not the time has come, but because of our mission, our duties, we have to do it. We have to carry out. In the spiritual development, as I received the message, with the knowledge and research from the scientists, now we have a concern all over the world. The Earth, there are so many strange objects that might come in with the energy that may cause problems to the satellites, to all the system on Earth, that the scientists right now, they are very concerned. Even though they are in silence, but the effect on Earth, it is a lot. I just want to share with you from this point. It doesn't mean that I base on the research of science that they have presented to the world. Then I teach you. I have taught you 3 years ago already to prepare for you. 3 years ago already in the nearest studies from the year 2003. And in the nearest, that would be in the beginning of the year 2004. And in the Chinese New Year, in February 2004. All of this case, I have prepared for the large Iwi family. And I myself, I pray to God, how can I teach one class about the brain of prehistoric man. I have to ask God, to give me, to give all of us in this class, so that we can use the brain, so that we can help the humankind. At this time, we are heading into a total deadlock, totally deadlock. Therefore, I just want to remind you, when I can teach you to use the brain of prehistoric man, it is a reminder for you, our spirit will return back to the deities. Our spirit is from the deities who sent us down here. Now we are returning back to the deities, so that we can receive the invaluable gift, which is the brain of the deities, so that we can help and serve humanity. That is you, me. That is the point, that we are above the human. You are above the human, then you can help the human. If you are just equal to the human with the same capacity, then how can you help them? On this phrase, for the past 14 years, I've been teaching you. Today I just want to remind you to avoid losing your time. So through the presentation of these students, the Vietnamese who live in France, I hope that you can understand this point, so that you, me, all of us, we have a chance to serve starting from the 19th of April 2004 and beyond, so that we can complete our mission by the year 2009. The mission here, what is the mission? The mission is to help all of the human world to have wisdom and enlightenment. It doesn't mean that we have the mission to help the large LUONG family or our own people to be able to live long or to have benefits and others cannot. If you think like that, you have to erase from that thought. Next question.
And supported this seminar. As one of your Iranian students, I would review your kind words you brought to us in level 13 plus seminar. Those are, do not expect too much for yourself. Do not desire too much for yourself. Now my question. As you have kindly mentioned yesterday, I understand that the shorter the transfer of energy from the light of God's aura, the more effective and powerful transfer is performed. Therefore, going near zero and becoming nothingness, what would be your comments in this regard? Meanwhile, sharing all your Iranian students' requests with you and all my friends in this seminar, I would announce that thanks to our dearest Dr. Dawood and Dr. Vani, essential and first steps have been successfully passed for establishing a reliable video conference between center in Italy and Iran. So, your Iranian students are waiting for your kind permission to have level 7 and 7 plus to be provided to your Iranian students and students from all other countries simultaneously in July. We all appreciate this gift in advance. Thank you so much.
Now, as you know, through the past time, in a large LUONG family, I had trained many of you from the basic level up to the highest level, that is all of us, that we are able now to use the brain of prehistoric man. To tell you in truth, when we mention about 1 second, 2 seconds, eventually in the future, we do not have the time and space. The moment we think it's there, it doesn't mean that we have to receive the energy from the auras and transfer energy on that day. That is starting from tomorrow. You think it is there, it doesn't have to transfer energy 3 times, 4 times, and then for the man who can give birth, the woman with the surgery of the uterus, all these forms in the medical fields, that is the research, that is for the past 20 centuries until 3 centuries now, and they cannot do it. They are unable to do it. It is still limited. So from my perspective, I think different. I learned the lesson from the deities, it is different. It doesn't mean I learned from the field of science or the science of the human world. I learned in the field of spirituality from God, who taught me and sent me the message for the past 30 years. So now I continue to learn. Therefore, with everything that I answer for you tomorrow, it would be appropriate so that you can apply. To apply to see the result, that doesn't mean that you apply without a result. With everything that you want, with your desire that you mentioned yesterday and today, tomorrow I will answer to you. I do not want to answer yesterday and today. Why? Because whatever needed, then I teach you first. then anything beyond the research of the science in medical science on this earth, I will answer for you tomorrow. To all of you, why? So you would be able to apply, to contribute to help the humankind. It doesn't mean that I teach you to apply, then we can receive this and receive that privilege. If you think that you apply so that you can receive this or receive that benefit, then it will have a negative effect. Our purpose to learn to use the brain of prehistoric man is to contribute to help mankind. That is one of the conditions that from the deities who reveal to me, I share with you. With everything that I learn, I share with you. Therefore, you can rest assured, do not worry. I also understand for a number of you, especially people from Vietnam who come to Australia to learn, but they can only learn half of the day tomorrow. They have to leave, they have to go to the airport to go back to Vietnam. However, that is for the first 3 hours tomorrow, from in the morning to the noon tomorrow, I will try to teach everything for you, so that the Vietnamese students, you have enough time, you can go back home to can apply. If I leave it to the second part of the day, then the Vietnamese students, they have to leave early, they cannot benefit. So the last part of the day, tomorrow, I will summarize everything, and whatever is needed, I would teach you further. Whatever you need to elaborate, I would share with you, so that on the next day after the class, you can apply. And now, in a video conference, that can teach the level 7 special at the present time. In Italy, the most important part is if Vani can have a bridge to Iran, they'll help you without any problem. That is up to the decision of Vani. If Vani said that it is okay to connect to Iran, then I would be agree to help you to have the level 7 special. And in the future, in December, I will have the level 11, 12, and 13 for Europe. In Europe, if Vani agree have to have a connection for the level 11, 12, and 13 for Iran, then I would agree. So in summary, the most important part is up to Vani to decide in a technical aspect. Now go on, next question.
The first, I write novels, and I'd like to know if there is any special technique for the level 13++ to transfer energy to my text that I'm writing and for people who read my text. Second question, since the level 13, I keep doing transfers to people I meet individually or to buildings or shops or even in public transportation. With the 13++, may I still continue to treat people in the streets just as I used to do earlier? Thank you, Master.
Now, through this question from all of you, especially for those of you who are the writers or work in art, for sure when you use the brain of prehistoric man, you transfer energy according to the formula I teach you. But in the case of your art, you only transfer energy once. Each day you only transfer energy once in terms of your profession, meaning with your ability that you already have. Let's say with the poems, art, work, writing. So in your profession, that is your work to help people. I do not know this student about the level of the students in your artwork. So after the class of the brain of prehistoric man, you transfer energy to your books, the way that you write the books. And with the story, the fiction that you write, those are fiction that you write, that will become the real one. And unintentionally, these students, after you write one of the story, people would think that it's a real, people would like your story. That's just like a famous book, just like one of the famous writer in England. Perhaps you'll be equal to that famous writer in England who is well known. So now, with all of the story that you write, even though it is fiction, in the future with the book that you write, a lot of people would pay attention. You have a lot of readers, not just in your country. Eventually, with all of the fiction, the stories from you, we translate into many languages to other student people to read, because the student from the story from this student, it would be just like a real scenario. I do not want to say any time whether time long or short, but in a decade of 21st century, all the story fiction that you research and you write, for sure, there are many aspects that would come true that you will not be able to know, because when you receive the light of the auras of God, and with the light of the auras of God, that create all of this false or fiction story. So perhaps in one of the fiction story, perhaps there are 4 real incidents that will happen. So I explain for you. Listen carefully now. If among 1,500 of you that you are writers or newspaper writers, so you will see the change, a lot of changes. The changes here are your writings from the past. Nobody would pay attention, but now with all of your writings, all of the poems that you make, and all of the artwork that you draw, including like artwork, people would pay attention to you, because with everything that you have done, you write and you make, always you have the light of the auras of God who sent to you. So for that reason, the people who want to read your book, it will hit their eyes. They will see. Then whether you don't want to, you will be famous. So that's how I share with you to this the student who asked the question. And in this class, if many of you who are in the field of artwork or any form of profession, you are still able to contribute to help the human to receive the light of the auras of God who sent to you, and you send to all of the people, that said the readers who read your book, or the people who look at your artwork. And in the case you want to transfer energy, you can do that without any problem. If you wish to help them, there's no problem with that. Remember, let's say you go to anywhere, you can receive energy from the light of the aura of God, and you transfer energy to that region when you come. So there's no problem in the transfer energy like you mentioned.
Buongiorno maestro, la ringrazio di questo bellissimo seminario, il 13º++. Non vedo...
To class here in Torino. I hope to see you soon again in our city, and anyhow I will try my best to be in Australia in the next future. I have several questions. The first one is I would like to get your advice about how to build good relationship with our relatives. Sometimes I find hard to deal with them. My second question is, could you please tell us something more in advance about your secret? Third question is, I would like to know something more regarding the brain of the first man, of the prehistoric man, which is the brain of God. And the fourth question, as you know, Master, in our city we have a church where we have the shroud, the image of the Christ. And I would like to know if that shroud is true or not. And I hope that whenever you have a chance to visit our city, we can visit them together. Thank you very much, Master, and our best greetings to you and Teresa.
Now, as you know, in our family, there are so many spirits in each individual. So whether you want it or not, each of them, they are related to you. I just give you one simple example. I rarely give example, but now I give you example. Let's say one good tree in the good soil, and with the good fertilizers, with the good watering, then for sure that tree, whether how bad they would want to, but it will still become a good tree. But they thought that they are a good tree, and they thought that they're a good tree with good fruit. They thought they are good. They do not need water or chemical fertilizer. Then the tree would die. Listen carefully. Perhaps I give you an example you may know. They thought that they are very good, then there's nothing that you can do. It's up to them. It's beyond your control. Whether they are your parents or grandparents, you can just place their name into the list that you can transfer energy. Whether you can help them or not, it is you cannot do anything beyond your control. That is the freedom of choice that God had given But we love our family members, our parents, grandparents, our family members, brothers and sisters. Then we can just do it in silence, in secret. You transfer energy to help them in a collective way every day. Do not reveal to them that they know that you do that. You just do that in silence. In the case of a relationship, you can help them like that. For the people that you have the problem in a family, just remain in silence. Never say anything. Everything that they say, you just agree and say yes, never say no. Even if you know that they are lying to you, they criticize you, just say yes, just agree. That's my experience. Then when you do that, you agree with them all the way, then there's no problem. Only when they are in danger, then you can help them. It's not that late. Listen carefully. This is the practical way. I do not teach you in abstract. I teach you in very practical way. We do not want them to have a problem or accident, but when they are in disasters, then they ask you to help. It's not that late already. I tell you, when you use the brain of prehistoric man, that is the immense love. That is a love that as you have a conscious love, you know at the right moment. We also love, but in an incorrect way. But now, even if at that time you love them, but you do not do it in a correct way, so that's why until now, today, God and the deities allow you to use the brain of prehistoric man, that is the brain of God. But if you don't have the lesson to learn to develop, that for the past until now, you do not learn, then for sure you will not be able to be granted to use the brain of prehistoric man. That is how I want to share with you on the first part of your question. The secret of my life, I tell you, the secret of my life, nobody knows. Now I tell you the story of my life in the EWE book that tomorrow many of you, the EWE students from many countries that you come to Australia here, each of you will have one book in two languages, English and Vietnamese. And for those of you who know Vietnamese, I'll give you the Vietnamese. For those of you who can read English, I give you the English version. So you can bring back, you can really know my story. And for sure, more or less, you would know my secret. I write everything so you know. I do not hide anything from you. And then to see you, if you know astrology, and to see if you can read my fortune. Because my students, I have many those who research on astrology. I give you my astrology chart, but they can only read accurately 60% with all my secrets. With everything that is beyond my capacity, you are not able to reach. But in terms of astrology, I tell you just for fun, I tell you my story, my life. I received the message 30 years ago, I already know. It doesn't mean that I do not know. That is about my life. I do not want to say the future, I just want to share with you about my life. So the secret about my life, through my journey, in my family, and I tell you the truth, a number of you have known, my family is among the poorest in that town. In that town, I tell you the truth, even my mother who died 5 years ago, my students from everywhere in the country, in Vietnam, who come to pay respect, I leave her body there only for 24 hours. After her death, 24 hours later, she was buried. From abroad, I called back, and in my country, with the 600 or 700 who come to the ceremony, they could not, they do not have enough. With the 700 of you who come, perhaps you stay out in the street because the house is so small. The town is so small. They only have 5 toilets, and with 700 per person come to pay respect in her ceremony. That is how I want to share with you. That is through the story of my life. Through this, I just want to share with you so you can learn from the experience. For those who say that you are poor or you are dumb, You have to thank them. They say that you are poor, you are dumb. If you are angry at them, then you are angry at the ancestors. So you need to remember that our ancestors in the past, if our ancestors in the past, when they are rich, then for sure we would not be low. If they are poor and now we are dumb, then we need to love our ancestors. Only in that way you have love toward the one who are poor and low. I know some people who are poor and low, and then once they have career, once they reach higher, they look down on these people who are poor, but they forgot that their ancestor in the past was so poor, and now they just have a degree, and then they look low on people. They forgot about their own roots, that their parents and ancestors, they were so poor. They have to live out in the farm, and now they give birth to you. Now you have a degree, and then you look low on others. You mistreat people, but you forgot that your parents and your ancestors were lower than these people. That is one of the greatest errors of the humankind. I'm not like that. For those who call on me that I'm stupid, I'm happy. Those who say that I'm poor, I'm happy because I'm really poor. Being poor, being dumb is not like a sin, but we just happen that our parents are poor. On this, I'm very happy when they criticize me. So you learn from my lesson. So anywhere I go, I just say that I'm poor. I just say that I'm dumb. I do not say that in the past my parents are like this or like that. I'm poor, then how can I say it? I say that I'm poor. I tell you that I say that I'm rich, but they know me in the past, so how can I say it? They know that I'm in the past, I do not have anything to eat. I know for sure they know, but from my past, since I don't know how to eat chicken, so how do I know? Since I'm poor, I cannot say that I have to eat chicken to eat the best, because I know I eat only a bowl of rice with salt. That's all I eat, or just a bowl of rice with soy sauce. We don't have chicken to eat. If I keep on boasting and say that I eat chicken, and then they say that do claim that you are rich, and then you don't have anything to eat, then you just eat a bowl of rice, and then they ask you how come you say that you are fasting, but in fact that you are poor. You want to eat meat, but you don't have money to buy meat. But you don't have money, so you keep on hiding your pride, saying that you are fasting. I tell you, I know about this mentality. I know when I'm poor, I just say that I'm poor. When they call on me that I'm poor or I'm dumb, I'm very happy. So now I have all the career. I never say that I have fame. I boast. Whatever I eat and wear clothing in a very normal way. Some people, they criticize me, how come I'm like this or like that. I leave it to them. So you can use a basic, use in my case as your example. So in that way you feel relaxed and always have peace. You never have stress, and you always have happiness in you, because you are proud that you are rich, and you are happy that you are poor. Whether you are poor or you are dumb, that there's no problem. If you think like that, then you feel relaxed. You feel you know that in the past that you are poor, and then now you try to say to others you look rich. They ask me who I am from the past. I say in the past I'm poor, I'm dumb. So I just say the truth about myself. I love my parents and grandparents that they were poor. I just share the truth that that is a way that I show respect and love to my parents and ancestors. That is in my life. I share with you my secret. That is my secret. It doesn't mean that now I have career, I have every fame, and then I deny my past. I tell you, since you asked about my secret, I just share with you one point. In my village, in the past, I was so poor that these people, they are very rich in the past. You know what? And through life, everything has changed. In the past, they never helped me. I was so poor. They are rich. And then 30 years later, everything has changed. And then 35 years later, now I have all the fame and wealth. I see that person again. I always respect that person. When now that person talk to me, he doesn't know how to address me, because in the past I was so poor. They look low on me and they tell me that address me to so poor. But now when they see me, they do not know how to address me. They do not know how to address me, because now they do not know how to greet me. I just say, because that person is older, I just said that how do you address me in the past? But she said that in the past she called me like a boy, but now you can call me like a boy. Because in Vietnam, in the past, they have a different name to call for the people who are lower. But now I was poor, whatever they call me, I accept. when they see me, because I'm poor and younger than them, so that's how they address me in a lower. Like I tell you, in my case, people who look at me, they are afraid. But I'm always happy when I see my friend that they recognize me. Once I have fame, I look at others. When I was poor, I don't dare to look at anyone, because doing that, it's best when I'm poor. When I was poor, I don't want to see people, because only when I have fame and career, I look at all my poor friends, I look at them, and whether they are rich, now I can look at them. But in the past, I don't dare to look at them. That is my secret about my life, about my personal life. About the spiritual, that is about my life. But regarding the spiritual journey, tomorrow I answer for you further on that. So now I share with you about the brain of prehistoric man. As you know, the brain of prehistoric man, this is the symbolized in a photograph of the ice rock. If you have a chance to go to Australia, you see that photograph. All of the mountain range in the world never have a symbolized of the brain of prehistoric man. If you look at the close, it looks like a figure of a man, and further out it looks like a picture of the brain. That is one of the special image that for the humankind to research, but no one can properly research. If I did not go to Australia, then I would never go to Ice Rock. And if I do not go to Ice Rock, and I would never know the existence of that brain of prehistoric man. The moment when I travel there, I recognize that energy. I look to meditate for 45 minutes there. After that, I received a message from the deities who revealed to me, how come, why is it like this? From that day until now, 8 years had gone by. And it contained the brain of prehistoric man to create all of the living creatures, and especially once I merged with the brain of prehistoric man, God had allowed me to go on a trip to go to the south of China in the town of Qualam. When I go into that cave, I saw all of the images of the humans that the humans had left behind, and this image that I mentioned that is similar to the image that in the picture of my aura that they took from the class in Switzerland. And the images that are drawn from many countries in the world, they are all focused to that image in that cave. So all of the things that in the human world that we use, they have symbols in that caves. They have symbols in that cave. The people, how they live. They live with nutrients, with the waters, with the animals, and with the special ability. All this information are contained in that caves. When I came to the caves, I received all of the information into my brain, in my physical form. And after I left from Ice Rock, I went and I received the brain of prehistoric man. Therefore, a number of you who accompany me, I send that copy so that you can use about the basics. And now, it is officially, you are in this class. You did not receive the copy that I sent to you. A number of you that I sent that copy of a brain of prehistoric man, so that I learned and you learn. But now you officially, I learned it already. I can teach you with everything that I learned, so I can send to you. So you, me, all of us, we can hold hands together to contribute to help mankind. And to tell you the truth, the symbol from these rocks, I received the message about 3 billion years ago. The first man that God sent down here, that was 3 billion years ago. And now that person comes, and then 3 billion years ago, the person came and then disappeared, and now that person returned back. It is no stranger. You, me, all of us. We're no strangers. Therefore, about 8 years ago, when I came to Ice Rock, when I received the message, as I traveled so far away, as I returned back home in Ice Rock, that is a brain of prehistoric man. For the first time, when I was fortunate that God sent me down to carry out, to create all the living creatures. So God took me back. And then you, me, all of us, there were so many times we had contributed to help mankind. And God had sent us all back. In the 20th century, God sent me down here. God sent all of you down here. Supposedly I'm in Vietnam, My country should be in Vietnam. If I stay in Vietnam, then I'm very limited, because God has sent me to other countries around the world, here and there. Therefore, most of you, the students in a large AV family, even though the language I teach you, you cannot understand, but through the translation, through all my thought, you are able to capture. Whether you cannot capture 100%, but more or less, you capture 70-80% until now today. With everything that you have achieved, it all focused to the brain of prehistoric man, that you need to receive the message. You need my opinion. After this class, at any moment, you would be able to contact me in thought by the light of the auras. You are able to receive and you send to me, and I'll answer to you with the messages that is needed for you to complete your mission. And this is the mission that God had given to us, to you. Listen carefully. That is how I want to share with you a part about the brain of prehistoric man that God has sent down. Me, you, all of us, from the past until now, we return back to this stage to help the humankind for the past 3 billion years until now. So now, about the shroud, about 8 years ago, there were many times I came to Torino to conduct the class to level 3, 4. At that time I came to teach level 3, 4 and 5 in Torino. Vanni also mentioned to me about the museum. I came to the museum with these Egyptian photos, and you had asked me to go to the place, to the Museum of the Shroud of Turin. I don't know for what reason I didn't have a chance to come there. But from my perspective, from my understanding, in reality, the image of Christ nobody can see, and there's no image that left behind. That is the thing that the shroud, as I mentioned. Do you know whether it is real or false? If it is real, 2,000 years until now, how can it still exist? Sometimes through the wood and sand and the rocks that are still, through time, it's not there. Through the story of the Christ, I just want to share with you. Now, through this, I share with you about the story of Buddha. You know, 25 centuries ago, Buddha was from India. The culture, tradition in India, after death, they cremate the body. And they put the body on a boat and sail out to the ocean and burn the body. And so leave it back to the ocean. So how can they, after 25 centuries now, the Buddha, after cremated the body, how can he still have the ashes of the bone of Buddha? If the bone of Buddha, after 25 centuries until now, there were so many changes, so many wars, so many changes in history. There were so many events that happened, so how can they still last? But all these are only the means to help us to increase our faith in Christ and Buddha to find the truth. Everything that in the human world, whether it is right or wrong, we need to thank God, because that is the means for us to help us to reach today. Yesterday I mentioned to you whether the good or the bad means. We need to pray and thank God to give us the means, whether it is directly or indirectly, that we have the opportunity to learn to progress until now today, that the deities and God allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man in order to serve humanity. However, I just hope that one day, with the destiny, I would have a chance to go to Torino, and for sure, you and me will have a chance to go to see the museum, to see what it is. I just promise, whenever you see me to come to Torino, then for sure, you know I come to Italy. So go on, next question.
Budapest, it's your turn. C'est votre chance, Budapest. S'il vous plaît, commencez.
Each time we meet you is just like a big feast for us. You said that on the last day, you will tell us who you are, and after that, you will retire, you will go away, and we will not have the opportunity to meet you anymore, not as often as we used to. We will see you much less than we used to. And the level 7 plus in June, does it mean that they will be postponed or cancelled? And shouldn't it be better for us to try to know who you are without you having to tell us who you are? Second question, you have said that we should apply the new technique starting on the 19th of April. At the level 13 plus, you gave us the authorization to use the new technique right then, as soon as at the end of the very first day of the seminar. Now, why is it different now? Why should we start using the technique the day after the end of the seminar? Why should we have to wait till the end of the seminar until we are allowed to use the new techniques? Third question. On the last day, the scientists said that there is a twin Earth, and I saw some modifications, some changes among stars that are visible with our eyes, our physical eyes in the sky. And how come it is so? Thank you, Master, for telling us what you think about what I just said. Thank you, Master.
Now let me share with you whether I reveal to you my secret or I tell you who I am, whether you organize a level 7 special, 11, 12, and 13, or the level 13 plus, or the class about the brain of prehistoric man in the future. That is only the secondary part. It's not the primary part. Listen carefully. The main part is the disaster, chaos on Earth. That is the main part. That we learn in a higher level with the purpose is to contribute to protect the Earth, protect the humankind. Therefore, we need to protect the humankind. Then all of this situation, we have to pause on all of our regular program, so that after we can protect the Earth, we can completely help the humankind to reduce the suffering. Then we can conduct the class. Perhaps we are able to teach thousands times more comparing to the way that we can organize a class in the past. Let's say, for example, listen carefully. My point here is, I would not be able to see you when we can develop the brain of prehistoric man very fast. The ability that God allows you to apply, it is beyond the imagination of the human community. It is not like create chaos, but they are very surprised. They follow you. They call on you to help, to contribute. Then on that perspective, it is difficult for us to organize, including for me, it is difficult for me to travel. So in one way or the other, like I had mentioned to you, these are the secondary part. The main one, when there is a threat of the Earth, disasters, human suffering, this is a primary part that we need to serve. Therefore, you can rest assured, if the time comes, whether I want to say, I tell you who I am really, or in what form, you would not be able to have the day to rest. Whether I don't say it, when the time comes, you would not be able to rest. I and you will have to lend a hand to help humankind. I analyze clearly for you so you can see from these points. So on the case that I mentioned to you, more or less, how much truth in it doesn't have any effect in the future when you see me on television or when you see me in person. However, that is how I say it. But we're not sure yet. Tomorrow we don't know how I say about my life, how it is, who I am. Well, we don't know yet. Because after 30 years now, there are so many students in EWE all over the world. From the time I teach, almost 15 years have gone by. Everyone want to know, to research. And many of you who also research yourself and you present it. I myself, when you ask about me, I always avoid the situation. After 15 years, For the first time when I taught in Europe until now today, that is almost 15 years had gone by, there were so many questions similarly to your question in this class about who I am, but I always avoid the subject. I hope that tomorrow, that is before the end of the class, about the brain of Pacific man that I teach you, I hope that the deities, that is God, allowed me to say it, allowed me to review, to introduce. Now, as I mentioned, I accept it, but I don't know if God granted, allowed me or not. If God allowed, then I would say it. If not, then I will avoid the subject, because on this I cannot control. I cannot impose the condition on myself. You cannot force me to. If by fate and destiny you would hear, I would show you, share with you the story about my spiritual path. That if with God willing, then I can say it. If you know it, then for sure you would be happy as you know about your own spiritual identity. Because as you want to know about my, I know about yours. Eventually I would help you, so you would know about your spirit, your path. What is your path in this time, in the 21st century, because you are not able to imagine about this, since you do not imagine about it, so that's why you have it. You never thought that you know who you are, what you do on this earth. On this, after you learn, as you meditate with me, I receive the light of the aura of God, and I transfer to you, and I open up your mind. Then with the brain of Pacific man that can help you to know your body, what you need to do, and your spirit, you have been with God, and God sent your spirit down here in the 21st century to serve, to send you down here to the 20th century to serve the 21st century. So on that, I present to you about the scientists, my students who are in the field of science, physics, astrophysics. But I just want to analyze to you from my understanding first. Are you the scientist? But if in front of me who are all the scientists, and it is your mission as you research, and as you do not conduct the experiment, whoever those who conduct the experiment, they broadcast and they announce you have to listen. Whether you don't really believe, you have to listen, because these are the research they have done so, and they announce. And the scientists are the one that in the world they listen to. You think about it. Whether they are right or wrong, whatever they say, they announce, people listen. So we don't have any comments about whether they are right or wrong. Like yesterday I mentioned to you about the case of the British scientists who go to India, and when after the research they go back and they are being denied. At the last, after half a century, once they recognize that they spend the time, they could not find any form of evidence, scientific evidence about the UFO. Once they complete, that's done. They just announce that they exist, and then half a century later they announce that they don't exist. We are not a scientist, we just listen to what they claim. So whenever they say it is right, and then later on they say it is wrong, and then you just hear when they say that they research, and you hear that they are researching. So now let me explain for you in a very simple way. Let's say you hear now, let me share with you this experience. If you are the family doctor, the family doctors, you have your patient, you say your patient listen to you. But then you forgot that the specialist tell you that you have to listen to the specialist. Even though it is in your, you are a doctor, your family practice, you know about this, but then just let's say the specialist tell you you have to listen to the specialist, because if the patient died, then you would be sued. Even though sometimes you know, but you have to listen to them, because if you don't listen to the specialist, then the patient can sue and you will be in jail. So that is your own fault. That's all I can analyze for you. Only in that piece of the portion of that information. So we are not a scientist. You, me, all of us, we are not a scientist. There are billions of people have to listen. We cannot even have any opinion, because when you have your opinion, no matter what you say, they tell you cannot analyze. So all you do is just listen to them. Because if you don't listen to them, you die. That's all you do. Even the deaf have to listen to them. So even the deaf have to listen to them. That is how it is in the human world. I don't know if they can translate this. The deaf, they cannot hear, but they read the newspaper, they have to listen to that too. That's how the deaf can also hear. They have to read to the newspaper about what the scientists announce. That's why you are surprised when I say that the deaf can have to listen. So from the scientific research, you listen what they claim and you leave it there. All of this that are in the human world, everything is fake because they can make everything. If you look at the film, if it is the truth, when you hear the gun shot and then the car and then the man with the car crash and then the gun shot and then the man is still walking up. In reality, if the car crash or the gun shot, you would die. It is not like after a car crash, the man can jump out of the car and then just walk away. If in reality, if let's say the car crash with the mine explosion, you won't be there anymore because I just give you that example. So it is a way that I share with you from this fun story. So it is easy for you to learn. I have learned a lot. I do not have any opinion. I know a lot of information in many aspects of life, but I do not have any opinion. So for that reason, the research of a scientist, I give you the example. I give you a very simple story. I'm not a scientist. You are not a scientist. I give you one example. And now, you know about the fish. The fish can swim 200 miles per hour, and in the ocean floor, they swim really fast and then swim fast ashore and die. And the oceanographics, the scientists do not know why. It is so easy. I tell you the truth. Now you hear by your ear. When you hear the earthquake, are you afraid? If not, you are afraid. You just run. You just run. You are just so afraid. In the same case with the fish in the ocean. They know the sound. That's why with the shock wave they have to run. Because of that they have to run. Being frightened, they have to run. Just like in your case, when you hear the earthquake and you are so panicked, you hear the earth shake, and you go run up to the store to try to save the antiques that you have. And then you run up, and then the land collapses and you die, and then the antiques still broke. You try to, instead of running out, you try to run up the stair to save the antiques that you have. And the moment you run up stair, before you get given save the antiques, it all collapses, and then you lie down, and then you lie down and you die, and you try to protect the antiques. So that's how it is in the human world. I just share with you one of the joke, but that is one of the real incidents that happened. I just want to share with you from that example so you learn, so you can feel relaxed, so you can learn. With everything that I present to you, these are the experience, as I know I share with you. However, you and me, we are not a scientist, so the scientists, whatever the subject that they bring out, they publish, you listen, and that is the purpose for us to research, to study. That is the means for us to help to learn, to progress. Once you know, eventually when you learn about the brain of prehistoric man, it replaces your own brain. Then you listen and you know which one is real and which one is false. There are so many things that are real to become false, false become real. It's just like a film that they make. Just like you did not go to Hollywood. If you have a chance to go to Hollywood in America, you would know. They make a flood. They can make a flood. It's just like real. And then they can stop. And then the car, and then with the bridge broken, they can make storm, tornadoes. And then they just turn off, switch off, and then everything is stopped because they're all man-made. That's how I share with you a few points. So now I tell you the truth. In the field of scientific research, the scientists, I have many students who are scientists, I know. Sometimes they have the true capacity, but they cannot do it according to their own will. Therefore, because sometimes they are good, they have to follow the bad. They want to do the correct way, and they cannot do it. They have to follow the pressure as they present to me. Everything that they want to contribute to help mankind, they are blocked. They have to follow the will of others. Do not think that the scientists, they don't have any talents. They have the talents, they want to learn to help mankind, but they cannot follow their own will. They have to follow the will of others. These are the ones who are more powerful. So listen carefully. So there's nothing they can do. So now, like for myself, Nobody believes in me with that I have a capacity. That's why I can teach many classes. Because of that, until now, I can teach you the class about the brain of prehistoric man. But if about 3 years ago, 5 years ago, with my fame, they know that I have the capacity through the students, as I train the students, then by now, for sure, you would never be able to learn this class about the brain of prehistoric man. So for that reason, that I pray to the deities. So how can I teach it? Maybe just one session, it is enough. Just one class about the brain of prehistoric man. For how many people that can come to learn by faith, then I can teach. Whether I can teach in the future or not, it is not as important. I only need to train one class. The first class about the brain of prehistoric man, with more than 1,500 of you. I do not need 1,500 of you. If you quit, I only need 300 of you. 200 of you is enough for me, or 100 of you is enough for me. If you don't quit, and you see that this is something that we can contribute to help mankind, and you think that God had trusted you, had trusted all us, so you can serve, then for sure the humankind will have reduced a lot in terms of suffering. The humankind will receive a lot, the light of the auras, and peace and prosperity. So that's how I share with you through my understanding, so you can use this means in order to help other people to progress. So we have progressed a lot. So now we only receive through the progress by the energy from the light of auras of God, so you can send to other people by the brain that God had allowed us to use. Next question.
We will actually work with the energy of God's love. And number 5 is not actually a question and a request. You said that you don't want to make a common meditation, but I asked for a common meditation once again because there are a few very special, I think, reasons. The first reason is the situation in the world right now, the war in Iraq, terrorism, and all that stuff. And the second reason is that scientists have found that the temperature of the surface of the sun has reached, if I remember right, about 500,000 degrees, which makes it possible that the sun explodes and that there be no more sun. So because of this, I ask you to make a meditation. And this is all. Thank you very much once again. And another question. I remember. So on behalf of all Bulgarians, we would like to invite you to visit us in Bulgaria. This is our common request. Thank you very much.
The fourth one, as you're talking about developing fertility.
Fertility meaning not being pregnant. Fertility meaning having enough in our everyday life. Having enough to eat, having enough having enough everything that we need.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Now, through this question, well, as you mentioned, I pay attention to the part that about the way that you can resurrect the dead. I forget about that program. About in the case that you can resurrect the dead person. It is not like by tradition, a number of the country in the East that they had done so. And a number of masters that they can stop the heart, well, once the heart stops beating, that they do not have a thought. And a number of people, the people who died and was in the coffin, they put that body in the coffin already. But then they can open the coffin and the person can live again for a few years. The person supposedly dead from a medical perspective, nobody believes. But this is one of the real incidents that happened in my own country. From a medical perspective, the heart stopped beating without sufficient blood to the brain. Even if we are alive, we are in a coma state. But this is one of the real incidents. The person died for 2 or 3 days and was in a coffin, and then he was raised and he was able to live for 2 or 3 more years. This is for sure, it is against the principle of science. Not to mention the Eastern masters, the ancient master in Egypt, they would be able to bury the body for several months. Through their practice, they can stop the heartbeat, and after they bury, and then 2-3 months later, they are buried, and they're still alive. That is, in the case of science, people would not agree to this. But it exists about during this century. It is not like several centuries in the past. It happened right now. That is through the training of the humans. But these are the people who died that are about to bury, but we are able to raise the dead. It is not easy to imagine, but it happened about 10 years ago when I was in Europe. When I mentioned about this, a number of you in Europe, perhaps you are in, perhaps you are in, as one of the religious leaders. I don't want to tell you who, but after that, the religious leaders learned from me from the US, learned level 3, returned back to Europe, and among the tasks from these religious leaders, they do the rituals with the holy water. That is based on the tradition of the religion. The point here is he's about to do the ritual for the dead. And can you imagine? That is not easy to imagine, but in my country, that exists many centuries ago. But in Europe, it happened in Europe. This priest, as he tried, after the person had died, he did the ritual about to put the person in the coffin. When he placed, like in a case of emergency on the chakra 7, supposedly when a person dies, you don't have to do it. You cannot do it, except only the case of the people who are injured. In emergency, you are able to place on the chakra 7 to help them to regain consciousness. But this priest, after he put the rituals, and he just placed his hand on the head of the dead. And suddenly the body just sit up. The body just sit up. You know what happened? He just ran out. He was so afraid. He ran right out of the house. In Vietnamese, that means that in Vietnamese, that is because of this person has due to the fact that the energy had stimulated to the whole body. This person just like a convulsion, it's just the body just sit up, but the man is still dead. But the body just receive the powerful energy, it just help the body, that energy just like a convulsion, the body just sit up. He's not alive, but he just sit up. Through this question, you remind me, I hope that by tomorrow, it's not that to the night I would meditate, but with all of the techniques, tomorrow I will teach you with everything that you ask, that is beyond the field of science. In the case of raising the dead, can we do it? I hope we can do it. Because in higher levels, recently, for those of you, you are able to practice the heartbeat. So we don't know if you can save them or not with the formula that I teach you. You are able to recover the heartbeat. If you are able to stimulate the heart to beat again, then you are able to help the person to revive. This is one of the experiments for all of you who are using the brain of prehistoric man. When you see the dead person, before putting in the body into the coffin, about to put in the coffin, to see if you can experiment with everything that from the past until now, I do not allow you to do at this present time. When you can use the brain of prehistoric man on this subject, from tomorrow, I will teach you. I will teach you so you can apply. You can raise the dead. Whether they can live long or short, we don't know. But we can help them to raise the dead so they can prove that we have this result when God allows us to use the brain of prehistoric man, the brain of God. That is the first part I answer for you. In the case about 2,000 years ago, according to the tradition in the Bible, Jesus Christ had made the bread to provide the food to feed the thousands. I have taught you the technique already. I have taught you to transfer energy to you in the low levels, that you are able to help in the case of agriculture. A number of you here, 40 of you from Thailand who come here to Australia to learn about the brain of prehistoric man. About 8 years ago, I came to Thailand. $40 to buy a kilogram of mangoes, but later on I come as you use universal energy from level 7 to the level even 11, 12 and 13. You transfer energy to promote the fruit trees. In the case of the mangoes, now the fruit trees, supposedly they would not yield a lot of fruit, but they have so much fruit that now it is instead of 40 to buy 1 kilogram, so now it is reversed. So from $4 you can buy 40 kilograms of mangoes. They have so many of them, they have to throw away to the river. I came there, I have seen. I help you to use universal energy. You are able to promote the growth of all the fruits and animals. I cannot promise you because we didn't apply yet. So as I help you, so you are able to promote the growth for the trees and animals. So tomorrow, with these fruits, the fruit trees, for example, that are not, let's say, for example, an apple. Let's say, for example, an apple. It is still very young, or a banana is still very young, very green. I give you an example. So you can experiment using the brain of Pacific Man. You transfer energy, and then you can eat this very green apple or very green banana, for example. So on this, starting from the 19th of April, you can apply. You do not think that how come in the previous seminar, after the class, I let you apply, but the point here is, I use the main point, I'm saying in Australia, for you right now it is 12 midnight. Over there it is only 4 p.m. Then you have to travel here and there. You go back to your country, return back to your home. So why should you rush? You want to use the brain of Pacific Man, or you want to practice spiritual and sexual unification? So for sure over here you're not able, because right here by the time I reach the home, now it's 12 midnight. By the time I get home, it is the next day. So for you are not able to do anything. So you need to wait until tomorrow. Because tomorrow, that is on the 19th, after you learn the night of the 18th, let's say from Italy, you go back to Bulgaria, it might take a long time. From Italy to go to Holland, to go to Switzerland, it is a long distance for you, so you should not be rushed. So you rest after you get home, and then the next day you try. For Australia, after midnight, many of you who come to Australia, and then you would be talking to each other until 3, 4 a.m. and then you stay until the afternoon of the next day. I know many of you you come, you cannot do anything because you've been talking about you go back home to your hotel about to do it, and people and your friend come and knock to the door and they start talking. That's how I share with you. Because in Australia, because they are so busy, my point here is many of you from many countries you come. For the people from Australia, and afterwards I say the 19th, because by the time I end the class, by the time I get home, it is the 12:30, so it is the 19th. The class ends at midnight. By the time I get home, it is 12:30, so it is the 19th. So for those of you who come from far away to Australia, I can see the people who live in here. These are the locals. It is very easy for them. And then tomorrow, the next day, they came and they say that they are feeling better, because after they practice, after they have done so everything, and then they say. And then you come to comment to me about how good it is when you learn the class about the brain of Pacific Man. So that's why I tell you, you wait until the 19th, so you can rest assured, you can maintain with your composure, so you can review all of the topics with all the notes, and then afterwards you can apply. Only in that way, slowly you do it. It will be beneficial for you and more effective. In the case, you should not be too concerned that you don't have enough food or everything for your daily lives. Everything that you have in the human world, they don't have it. When God had given to you the use of the brain of Pacific Man, you should not be too concerned. The more concerned you have, you cannot use the brain of Pacific Man. All of the food in your daily life, you don't have to worry. You believe in me, you can try it to see if you are hungry or not. You listen for me. Do not worry. Do not worry to see if you are at loss or you don't have health. You say to me that you are worried that you have to go to a wedding and then you need to have beautiful clothes to wear. and then you want to change your job, and then your watch is old, you want to change a new watch. On this issue, you cannot do it. You don't need to have a new clothes, or you have a jewelry. You don't need any of those. For sure, you cannot have this. But for sure, you will not be hungry. Don't be afraid that you'll be hungry. Do not be afraid that you'll be so poor and suffering. When God knows that you have the mission and the responsibility to help others, then God will provide for you more than you can take care of yourself, so you don't have to worry about it. I confirm on that part for you, so you can rest assured. Now, in summary, from the past until now, everyone who mentioned about the love in this form or that form, everyone mentioned about love, I tell you the truth. Including yourself in front of me, all 1,500 of you, except for me, because I have the mission to teach you. You say that you love others. Who is the one who you love the most? Your children. Your children. Your parents, maybe you love less than your children. God has created very strangely. The ancestor give birth to your parents give birth to you, but that you love your children more than your parents. Some people, they have to live. You have to know, when we were born, when you were born, you take care of your children. People will say that you always show respect to your parents and grandparents. When your parents in old age, you send them into nursing home. But when your children, when they are sick, you run back and forth. You can exchange everything just to take care of your child, but you may forget about your parents or your grandparents. But by the time you repent, it is too late because they already dead. That is the common thinking. That is very strange in the human mind. So that's why in my culture, in my tradition, they keep on saying that in a river the water is flowing downward. But there's only one case in Australia that is because of the power of this master. It doesn't mean that I'm talking about this man or woman in here. That's one case that the water flowing upwards. Due to the fact that we don't have wisdom and enlightenment, we say that we love, but we don't express true love. You love your children more than your parents and grandparents. But your children, when you feel anger, you still hit them, and then you'll be put in jail. Or when you hit your child, or you injure the child is in the hospital, and you hold the child and you cry. But when you are angry, when he breaks a vase and you are so angry and you hit the child, so regardless of what you do, the vase is broken already. So in that way you don't express true love. It's only the fake sense of love. You only love yourself. Even yourself, you cannot even show true love to yourself. That is how I want to analyze for you, in general, for all of you, not anyone in particular. That will include me. It doesn't mean that I don't have it. It is me included. Sometimes I love a lot, but when I'm angry, I still hit. Or sometimes, due to the fact that I'm angry, I still hit. So from that perspective, we don't have true love. So people who mention about love, compassion, forgiveness, that is all by theory. But whenever it is right with you or along with you, then you would do it. If not, then you would not. That's why you have division. That is how it is in the human world. I just hope that you, me, all of us, once a deity allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man, I hope that we can change. We can change slowly from 50, 70, 80, 90 to 100%. It doesn't mean that starting from the 19th that you can change totally 100%. For sure, you cannot do it. But with everything that we know that is wrong, we know that is wrong. As we don't know it, and we would know. I confirm that point for you. In the past, you might think whether you are right. But now, when you know that in 10, there are only 3 that is wrong. You know the one that is wrong. In the past, you would not. In the past, you keep on thinking yourself, you're always right. But now you would see and you accept that using the brain of prehistoric man to reveal to you, to let you know your 3 right one and then 7 wrong one that you do, and then from that you are able to see it, and you'll be able to be awakened. So you know that you're wrong so that you can correct yourself. It doesn't mean that you see that you're wrong, that stop you from doing things. So several times you would be able to complete yourself. At that moment, your brain, the prehistoric man, will be able to multiply out. You have more ability, and in this manner, you are able to contribute more to the human race. That is how I want to share with you about the brain of prehistoric man. Now, as you mentioned about, perhaps you did not hear carefully. Yesterday, before the class, I had given to you 45 minutes speech. With that 45-minute speech, that is on the 19th, that you can apply. First, on the 19th of April, all of you who know how to use the light of the auras of God, wish to transfer energy to this country, to that country, you can transfer energy to the leaders of the world, you can try it. I had given that topics to you to see who of the country or the leaders of the world, whether they're right or not. If they're right, they continue to transfer energy, then they will go on. If they do it wrong, they will change. And even for those they made the change, they don't know why they changed. Let's say for the case of Iraq or Afghanistan, that's a country with the problem with the terrorists. You transfer energy to see if this terrorist act reduced or not. I have shown you already with the result. Whatever the result, then you know from that country whether it is right or wrong. I have given to you already. These are the beginning. In the beginning, I had given to you the subject that after this class, it is you who would apply. I know, due to your desire, you wish to help people. I have given to you ahead of time before the end of the class so you can apply. This is very important for the country, for all the countries in the world. All of the countries with the disasters, with the catastrophe, with the terrorist problem, I will leave it to you so you can do the work. And then eventually you will see the result in 2 weeks, from now to the end of April. But I keep on telling you in a 45 minutes break before we start the class yesterday. So now I can repeat for you so you listen, so you can apply. Now, as you ask for me to come, there are many countries that invite me to come, so if I have a chance, I would come. So now we continue on with the question to Kazan.
Dear Master, thank you very much to ask the question. I'd like to welcome all the students in all the halls. It's very nice to see familiar faces. Gives very good emotional feelings, the closeness and maybe the relatedness of the soul, if we can call it that way. Dear Master, I have 2 questions. My first question is regarding pyramids. In one of the books, I guess it's maybe one of the meetings or one of the books, you mentioned that the main mistake of Atlantis was using one of the mistakes of Atlantis was using 4-sided pyramids. Recently, we are seeing the use of 4-sided pyramids spread very much. We have lots of 4-sided pyramid shapes used in Russia in architecture. Also, I know about one Eastern teacher who is using 4-sided pyramids in constructing his city of the future. I would like to ask whether this is a return. That's a return to the previous mistake, like you said, the mistake of Atlantis. And I'd also like you to repeat that, continuing first question about pyramids. The technique regarding 3-sided pyramids, how to place it in or around the houses to have a good feng shui, good energetical situation in the house. And could you please explain the difference? Basically, my question is, could you please explain the difference between energetical makeup or energetical structure, energetical base of 3-sided and 4-sided pyramids? What is the main difference in the energy of the earth. My second question is about the brain of the ancient person, of the ancient man, the image of which we see on the iris rock. I personally prefer the name of Uluru better, it just seems better to me. I would like to ask you to explain the scheme, not the scheme, the design of the ancient brain. What is it composed of? What is it made of? And also, I want to mention the fact that there are very many mountains on Earth. Uluru is one of the oldest ones, the old one. There are younger mountains with a very special energy. To the south of Russia, we have the region of Altai, the Altai Mountains, very special mountains. There are very special mountains in Mongolia, and there are very special mountains in India. We know that all of these mountains are linked together. My question regarding the mountains is, will we be able to connect with these mountains and communicate with the souls of these mountains? Of these mountains who have been the observers, say, of how human civilization was growing, was developing. Secondly, I would like to ask whether you can teach us about the development of the souls, the process of development of the souls, the spirits of these old mountains, and whether we would be able to communicate, whether it is possible to communicate with the ancient brain via using the image of the brain of the prehistoric man, the picture of which is imprinted, the picture of which we see on the picture of Iris Rock, the Uluru of Australia. Thank you very much.
To this, as you asked a long question, I will try to summarize and share with you the answer so you can learn. Now, the important part is the value of the question that you asked. So, through each question, I will answer for you. As you know, it is not the people at Atlantis. Perhaps it is the wrong translation, or you did not hear it well. In the past, the people at Atlantis did not use the pyramids. 50,000 years recently, the masters in Egypt, these are the masters who reincarnate from the master from Atlantis who came to Egypt. When they came to Egypt 50,000 years ago, this master, they thought that after they reincarnate into Egypt, perhaps they can find the fourth dimension and other dimension out in space. Therefore, they decided the four-sided pyramids. That is how I present to you. The books had mentioned, according to the research of this author, this master never mentioned that they have a sufficient capacity to transfer out to protect the earth or to protect the universe. I just share with you, it doesn't mean that the people at Atlantis, they can use a pyramid. Listen carefully on that point. Therefore, in the 21st century, in the 20th century, in Europe, as you have seen, first, for those of you who are in France, if you are in Paris, you have a chance. In Paris, if you are not from France, you can see in France, they had built many of the crystal pyramids in Paris. That I had a chance to go there. The student, as well as many others, who claim that the pyramids, it is with the architecture with the gift shop that they built, as they come there, I do not feel a sense any form of energy. So in summary, whether you can build a pyramid in any forms, or it is three-side, four-side pyramids, you will never be able to create or generate the energy. The energy is whatever you can do with the capacity that transfer energy to the pyramids, so that we can sit there, or you may meditate, you can reach the meditation so that you can receive the energy from the deities, It doesn't mean that you can sit there for the imagine pyramid that can send the energy to you. I have gone through that already. That is how I want to summarize for you in the case of the pyramid. This morning, after 3 hours, I had explained for you in the case that you thought in the case of Feng Shui or geomancy, you can have a pyramid. I said that if you are the owner of the house, in the past, you can place the pyramid, the three-sided pyramid with the 49 centimeters in size, depending on the size of your home. You can build with the pyramids to protect your house. That is for those of you from the level 13 plus down to the level 7 special. So now for you, you have been given the ability to use a brain piercing man that this morning I had mentioned to you. When each day, when you receive the light of the auras of God into your body, that your physical body who are in the home, each day when you transfer energy to yourself 3 times, then all of the forms, all of the ability that God had sent to you, the light of the auras to you, for sure it can completely protect your home. So you don't have to worry about that. That this morning I have presented to you already. Therefore, in the case of if you want to build the antenna model or the pyramid with the 45 or 49 centimeters, you can place anywhere in your home. And just one of the flat sides just have to face east. That's all you need. Remember that. If you wish to do that, you can do that in the same way. Remember, one of the flat side of the pyramid, one side have to face one of the flat side face east, and the other side, whether they face anywhere, that there's no problem. Just one flat side face east. So do not place the flat side to, you have the flat side to face east. That way, it is a way to help you in the case of Feng Shui. That is how I explained for you already. Now, as you know, as I mentioned to you already, in the case of universal energy, that you are able to send to the pyramid, I explained for you. When you place the pyramid on your hand, when from far away I transfer energy, you hold the pyramid, then you can place on the antenna model at that time, or before the level 7, and you can place the pyramid in front of you so you can practice. When I transfer energy to the pyramids, that is the infinite energy that flows through the pyramids. Then when you practice that flow of the energy from the pyramid, that is a means for you to practice. You are drawing that energy from the universe so that you are able to practice. You meditate. You reach the meditation with that energy that go into your chakra 6, into your body, so you have the sufficient strength. So through your practice, as you go higher from level 6 and higher, and when you start to go to learn level 11, 12, and 13, then you stop. You don't need to apply using the pyramids anymore. You use a pyramid mass, and afterward, you use the energy of the sun and the stars. Until now, today, you are in the class of brain of prehistoric man. So all of the light of the sun, the light of the stars, they all converge to now the energy beyond the universe. We are using the energy beyond the universe. That is God who allowed you to use. So you are able to contribute to help mankind. That is a difference that I want to share with you. Do not think that you can build a pyramid and you meditate and you have the energy. You don't have it. It doesn't mean, do not think that you have the pyramid and you have the energy. It's not so. Just like a number of you who mistaken, when you go to the temple, any of the temple, there is the presence of Buddha. There's none. There is, but it's very rare. Sometimes Buddha did not go there. Do not think that you have the altar of Buddha, Buddha is there. If I don't have money, then I cannot go to the temple, then I'm poor, then only the Buddha is in the temple. The Buddha is everywhere. And now they mention that you go to the Buddha, to the temple, and you see the real Buddha. If I'm so poor, I don't have money to go to the temple, I'm so poor, I don't travel to America, I know. I feel very sorry for the black American. I went to a temple. I'm not a Catholic. I go to a church because my sponsor was the white American, and I went to the church. I just follow the ritual. I go in there and I follow the ritual and pray. But I can go in. But the black American, they are not allowed to go into the church because the church only allowed for the white. It happened right in front of me in the winter. The black American, They try to go into the church. The white American drive him away. I'm the yellow American. I'm just saying that I'm a yellow American, so they allow me to walk in. Because they sponsor me, the church, they sponsor me, so I have to go. And these people, they invite me to go to church because when I just came to America, that was the only thing for me to do. It was poor, I was poor and cold, in a cold climate. I just go to the church to feel happy. And when I go to the church, you know what for? So later on, these Catholics, they invite me to go home to eat. When I came from Vietnam, I was so poor. I can eat anything that they gave me. Because in my country, I'm so used to eat old banana when I go there. So whatever, I do not know English, whatever they give me, I keep on say yes. And they give me old bananas. That is one of the stories I share with you. So with everything that I understand, I learned from the deities, I just share with you. And all the story, whatever they do, it is their own business. I do not have any comments. Everything I learn, I know, I share with you. And with their business, the people, I do not have any comments on what they do. That's all I can share with you clearly on that. And in the case of the brain of Patriotic Man, as you know, there's nothing. The brain of Patriotic Man, there's nothing. Now, with the brain, we have divided into three parts. As you can see, the image of the brain of Patriotic Man, you thought that there are so many neurons. There's nothing. Just like in our brain, the brain, according to my understanding, the brain of the human from the Atlantis, they are not divided into three parts. That the scientists had mentioned from the time that people Atlantis will return back to God. That's why in the human world, our brain are divided into three parts. Regardless who you are in any form, in any field in the world. That is from the past to the 1,000 years until now. That is a lesson I learned from the deities. If our spirit, regardless of who you are, that God, as God sent you down here, if you take here on the form of the human in this world, from the past to 1,000 years until now, then for sure always your brain are divided into three parts. The primary part, and the second, which is the reptile and the mammal part, that are drawing down your brain, because you don't have the capacity. If you have the capacity, then you would be able to control the influence from the secondary brain. Therefore, there's nothing up here. Let's say yesterday I mentioned to you from the beginning of the class, just like this morning, I presented to you with all of the mistakes that we made, whether it's intentional or unintentional, after the 18th, starting from the 19th of April. When you use a basic brain, you would erase everything. It doesn't mean that you don't have any of the neurons you still have, but it's all erased for you. So that to help you to have total wisdom and enlightenment using the brain of Patriotic Man, which is zero. From zero, you can create all of the living creatures. And that is, do not think that with this image, perhaps it has a lot of the neurons, just to show to the world that from the past, you see in the near, you see the image near, it seems like a man, and far away it seems like the hair of the woman. When you see it real close, it is the brain of the human. If you look far, the farther you look, it seems like this is like the hair, long hair of the woman cover the woman. There's no mountain range in the world. There is an image like this one. All of the mountain range, they have some sacred. They have the ages of the mountain, the spirit of the mountain. I know. And in the case of communication, I say that you can rest. Tomorrow I will show the technique. Tomorrow I show the technique to communicate with anywhere that you happen to come. Perhaps you will be very happy because the brain of Patriotic Man, they have it. You can communicate to anyone, any mountain, any other spirit. You can, when you come there, you can communicate, and they will teach you. I have gone through already. So now you learn about the brain of Patriotic Man. I would show you how you can communicate to all of the spirit that you wish to communicate. Except for the dead, you cannot. If tomorrow you can, I will let you know. So now I know you cannot. But with everything I present to you about the spirit of the being, the guardian, or all of the region in the past that you can communicate. Now you can let's say for example, you can communicate, let's say to one of the guardian who are responsible for that mountain. Let's say the guardian of the mountain, for example, the spirit, or the guardian of the river, for example, using a very simple way. When you go there, you can communicate with the spirit of the mountain and to give you ideas, and hear you can hear in your thought. I have the formula. I will show you the formula, and you can communicate easily with them. Because on that, I have run through. I have done so. So with everything I promised to you, I have it. I will show you, so you have it. As you have it once you are in this class. In the previous class, you cannot. In the past, you communicate with you communicate with me, and you are unable to communicate with those. Now I show you how to communicate with those, the spirits who are responsible to this world. Now for the living, for the spirit of the dead, you cannot. You know how come? Because you don't know whether the dead, whether they go into reincarnation or not. If they're already reincarnated, then who do you contact? You do not know. I go there to the burial ground. I can talk to the soul of that dead person. When you go there, you see the burial ground. You don't know the spirit is there or not. Whether they go into reincarnation or not. If that spirit had been reincarnated into the CHảo, then how can you communicate? The only thing is you can go to see the CHảo and give them milk. That's all you can do. So now we pause and tomorrow you can continue again. So now we end the class today.